If you have already watched this introductory information, you can skip ahead no more than 10 minutes. Hello, welcome. I am predicting that on December 24th, 2024, Vice President Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis due to a bird strike into Busch Stadium. In the area code 314, it will be a burning bush, as described in Exodus 3:14. And Harris's death on December 24th will be exactly 3,140 days after her birth, and this hints at 314. She will be replaced by Michelle Obama, and then Barack Obama will replace Michelle. It is predicted that President Trump will die from a heart attack on December 26th, 2024. It is also predicted that Trump's heart attack will be triggered by a directed energy weapon that will target Trump through Bluetooth technology. The components inside the pointy thing that Trump took will facilitate this. And it is believed that when Trump visited Biden at the White House, Trump's Bluetooth MAC address was obtained, which will be used to target Trump with a directed energy weapon. It is predicted that on December 25th, Joe Biden will suffer a stroke. I am predicting that dirty bombs will explode in Manhattan, New York City, and there will be a large-scale evacuation on December 28th. Martial law will be declared in the U.S. I am predicting that Israel will bomb Iran on December 29th, 2024. After Kamala Harris's predicted plane crash on December 24th and Joe Biden's predicted stroke on December 25th, it is predicted that Joe Biden will replace Kamala Harris with Michelle Obama as the vice president. Joe Biden will then step down. Per the 20th Amendment, Congress will vote to make Michelle Obama the temporary president. It is predicted that Joe Biden will then step down and Michelle Obama will become the 47th president, and then she will appoint Barack Obama as the 51st vice president. It is then predicted that she will step down on January 12th and Barack Obama will become the 48th president. I am predicting that former President Jimmy Carter will die on January 28th. It is predicted that on April 20th, 2025, there will be an outbreak of monkeypox or Marburg disease or both. April 20th will be a symbolic beginning to a new pandemic. Alternatively, it could also be that the symbolic beginning to the new pandemic will be on April 1st, 2025, and that on April 20th, 2025, martial law will be declared because of the new outbreak. It is predicted that on June 9th, the day after the rapture, the key will open the bottomless pit and fallen angels will cross over into the earthly realm. June 9th will be a symbolic beginning to the fifth trumpet judgment that is described in Revelation chapter 9, when the demonic realm collides with the earthly realm. June 9th will be a symbolic beginning to demons pretending to be aliens. The demons pretending to be aliens will claim to be here to help us with our nuclear weapons after Damascus, Syria is destroyed with a nuclear weapon the day before June 9th. And it is possible that June 9th will be the day Pope Francis will announce that aliens have arrived and have made him the ambassador for the world. This will immediately give Pope Francis, the Antichrist, supreme power over governments of the world. At some point, there will be a massive Mary apparition that will deceive the masses, because all Mary apparitions in history have been demons pretending to be Mary. June 9th will be a symbolic beginning to a zombie pandemic and the masses becoming demonically possessed that will be facilitated through the thing, which is the mark of the Antichrist, and 5G frequencies. June 9th will be a symbolic beginning to the coming genocide politicide in America. I am predicting that singer-songwriter Paul Simon will die on August 1st, 2025. It is predicted that on August 6th, 2025, the historic barge that has been stuck on the rocks of the Niagara River for over 100 years will finally break free and crash over Niagara Falls. The reason for this is that Niagara Falls is Noah's flood symbolism, and the barge was involved in the most dramatic rescue in the history of Niagara Falls, symbolic of Noah's Ark. Niagara in the native language means straight, narrow way, and Niagara's Horseshoe Falls is perfectly aimed at the CN Tower in downtown Toronto, because Toronto and its tower are symbolic of the Tower of Babel. In a game of horseshoes, the object is to aim the horseshoe and throw it at the metal stick, which is why the Horseshoe Falls is perfectly aimed at the metal stick that is the CN Tower. God is communicating that as testament for those who will live in the 1,000 years of Christ's reign on earth, the geography of North America will, as a result of a massive earthquake, be divided by a body of water from the Great Lakes to the Mississippi Delta. This destruction will be judgment on America and Canada for attempting to divide God's land, Israel. When this happens, the water in the Great Lakes will spill out over southern Ontario and Toronto. I am predicting that a solar flare will erupt on the surface of the sun and send a coronal mass ejection that will hit Earth on August 13th, 2025, which will knock out America's power grid and will lead to food shortages. The hit of the coronal mass ejection, predicted for August 13th, that will knock out the power grid will also knock many planes out of the sky. I am predicting that on August 23rd, 2025, there will be a catastrophic asteroid hit of Earth, which will trigger the eruption of Yellowstone volcano and will cause the volcano in the Canary Islands to collapse into the Atlantic Ocean and send a mega tsunami towards the east coast. The asteroid will also trigger a mega landslide on Hawaii Island that will trigger a mega tsunami that will hit the west coast. It will also trigger the collapse of the Hoover Dam, which will cause a water panic in California, and many other devastating earthquakes. The day of the Lord, the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ, Judgment Day, will be at the end of 2026. The date that this video is posted proves that these predictions are being made ahead of time, as do these time-stamped emails and forensic notes PDF documents. If you are skeptical for some reason, please email me and I will forward these to you. Believe me, I know far better than you how the prediction made in this video was derived. And more importantly, I know far better than you why the righteous Christian God of the Bible has given me a voice through this prediction. If you are a quote-unquote Christian or Muslim, this prediction was not learned through a demon. Be warned that blaspheming the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin. If you are a New Ager or New Spirituality person, this prediction was not learned through somehow tapping into the supposed universal collective consciousness. If you are a conspiracy theorist, this prediction was not learned through figuring out a supposed code that the Illuminati and Satanists are using. This prediction was learned through the Bible and through watching carefully the Lord's prophetic signs, which Jesus commanded all Christians to do. Besides proving that Jesus Christ is the Lord, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that the controversial things that I am saying in the videos on this channel are the truth. Therefore, a wise person will want to watch all of the videos on this channel. What I will also do is create a video or two that summarizes some of the controversial things that the Lord will prove to be true when the prediction being made in this video comes to pass. I will leave links to these must-watch videos in the description box below this video. Again, the purpose of this prediction, that is from God, is to prove these things that I will talk about. And therefore, it would be foolish to not watch the videos that I will leave links for in the description box below this video. Make a note right now of these alternative platforms that you can find me on in case you can't find me later. This is an extremely profound and important video that changes a lot as the video goes on. Make sure you watch all of the video. All right, I promise this will be an epic video. It is filled with amazing information. You will be blown away. The prediction is that President Trump will die from a heart attack on December 12th, 2024. If you have already watched this introductory information, you can skip ahead no more than 17 minutes. Hello, welcome. I am predicting that President Trump will die from a heart attack on December 26th, 2024. The date that this video is posted proves that this prediction is being made ahead of time, as does this time-stamped email and forensic notes PDF document. If you are skeptical for some reason, please email me and I will forward these to you. December 14th revealed adding 1+1 days. The star player in the Navy-Army game that Trump attended was player number 11. He scored the first touchdown on a 1-yard run, and it was in the first quarter, which also hinted at 1-1. There was one interception in the game, which is symbolic of the turning over of political power to the blue team after the predicted death of Trump's death. And the one interception was caught by player number 1 in the first quarter when the score was 7-0. And videos on this channel explain how Trump is a type for Joshua in the Bible, which is symbolized by the number 7. This 1+1 days from December 14th to December 16th is also following a 1+1 days from December 12th. As I will explain, the signs on December 12th, when it was announced that Trump had been named Person of the Year by Time magazine for the second time, on the same day that he rang the opening bell on Wall Street near Ground Zero, where 2 planes struck 2 towers on 9/11, indicated or revealed adding 2 days to December 12th. And so from December 12th, which I will talk about in this video, we received the signs that indicated adding 2 days to get December 14th, which was the day of the Army-Navy game, which revealed adding 1+1 days or 2 days to get December 16th. December 16th was another step in the trail of signs leading to Trump's predicted death, and the signs on December 16th revealed adding another 2 days to reach December 18th, also another step in the trail of signs. On December 16th, there was a school shooting in which the shooter killed 2 people. And the call into 911 was made by a second grader. The 2 deaths and the call made by the second grader hinted at the predicted deaths of 2 political leaders, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And so, from the day that Trump rang the opening bell on Wall Street near Ground Zero, where 2 planes struck 2 towers, when at the same time Time magazine announced that Trump had been named Person of the Year for a second time. It is 2 + 2 + 2 days to December 18th. The date of another extremely prophetic sign on Wall Street. This is astounding because it was through the 9/11 events in Lower Manhattan near Wall Street that God pointed to President George Washington, who was inaugurated on Wall Street, And George Washington was born on the date 2/22, which is why we received a second prophetic sign on Wall Street, 2 + 2 + 2 days, after he was named the Person of the Year for a second time, near where two planes struck two towers in God's warning of judgment and destruction for the nation on 9/11. This is also the prophetic reason why Trump is predicted to die before his second presidency, 2 days after Kamala Harris is predicted to die in a plane crash. This is also why the call made to 911, which hints at 9/11, was made by the second grader in the shooting that killed 2 people. On 9/11, 2 planes struck 2 towers near Wall Street. Trump is predicted to die 2 days after it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in the 8 + 8 + 8th state to join the Union. The name Donald J. Trump is equal to 888 in English gematria, and the name of Jesus in Greek is equal to 888 in Greek gematria. The name Trump is equal to 88 in simple English gematria. A = 1, B = 2, C = 3. Trump is predicted to die 8 days after the second prophetic sign on Wall Street that occurred on December 18th. On 9/11, Trump called into the local TV news station and inadvertently trumpeted that his tower on Wall Street had become the tallest tower in Lower Manhattan. In the events of 9/11 is the story of the heroes of the 88th floor. The Tribute in Lights art installation that commemorated the Twin Towers was made up of 88 searchlights. According to Wikipedia, there are 88 places in America named Washington. Through the 9/11 events, God pointed to George Washington, who was inaugurated at the founding of the nation on Wall Street, after which he marched down Wall Street to Trinity Chapel, where he then consecrated the nation to God, saying that if the nation were to ever turn away from God, it would lose its divine protection and blessings. God's divine protection and blessings were temporarily removed on 9/11 as a warning for America, and God confirmed this through the fact that Trinity Chapel was the only building at Ground Zero to have survived the falling debris and did not even suffer a broken window due to the uprooted sycamore tree that sheltered the chapel. Today, outside what is now nicknamed the Miracle Chapel, there is a 20-foot-high bronze statue of the roots of this tree to commemorate this. These events on 9/11 pointed to God's warning in Isaiah chapter 9, verse 11 in the Bible for ancient Israel when it was raided by the ancient Assyrians who uprooted the, quote, sycamore trees, unquote, and caused, quote, the bricks have fallen, unquote. The collapse of the towers on 9/11 engendered a small earthquake that cracked the foundation of Federal Hall on Wall Street, where President Washington was inaugurated at the founding of the nation. It symbolized the foundation of America, which is the God of Israel and the God of the Bible, Jesus Christ, being cracked. Trump's first election campaign and presidency were synonymous with his border wall of security. The word Trump in archaic English means trumpet, or the sounding of a trumpet. Before the walls of security of Jericho collapsed in God's judgment, as described in the Bible, the Israelites blew trumpets. On 9/11, Trump called into Channel 9 News and trumpeted that his tower on Wall Street had become the tallest tower in Lower Manhattan, and Wall Street was named after the 9-foot-high wall of security that the Dutch built to keep the British and the Indians out. God repeats a number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning, and the name Wall Street is equal to 45 plus 45 plus 45. The 45th president's first election campaign and the 45th presidency were synonymous with America's southern border wall of security. Trump was shot in the ear as he was talking about the border wall of security. The border wall of security collapsed after the 45th president left office. Trump is predicted to die on the 20th anniversary of the Indian Ocean tsunami that killed 220,000 people. On 9/11, a total of 220 stories collapsed, as each tower was 110 stories high. After 9/11, America sent its military into Afghanistan, and on the 20th anniversary, its operations there dramatically collapsed in another warning of God's impending judgment and destruction of America. The inverse of the number 45, in other words, 1 divided by 45, is equal to 0.0222. This is why the 45th president will die on the 20th anniversary of the 220,000 deaths in the Indian Ocean tsunami, 2 days after the death of the vice president, who is of Indian descent. As a result of these 2 deaths, the 44th president, who grew up in Indonesia for 4 years, will become the president again. And the tsunami 20 years ago was triggered by a magnitude 9 earthquake in Indonesia. 45 is the 9th triangular number. In a triangle of numbers, the last number in the 9th row is 45. Obama was inaugurated in 2009, and he will serve a second presidency that will have skipped the 45th presidency. The inverse of 45 is 0.0222, and exactly 222 months after the events of 9/11 that pointed to Washington, who was born on the date 222, was the 45th president's Oval Office speech regarding the CVD disease that ended precisely as the clock on the live TV news screen ticked 9:11 p.m. Trump's CVD disease speech was on the same day that the begins with a W, ends with an HO declared that it had become begins with a pen, ends with a demic, on the same day that the first professional athlete tested positive who played for the team from the 45th state, the Utah Jazz, and jazz is a genre of music that typically uses trumpets. Exactly 9 months after Trump's CVD disease Oval Office speech was the day of Trump's Oval Office speech regarding the approval of the thing by the begins with an F, ends with a D and A on that day. The approval of the thing was exactly 9 months and 222 months after the events of 9/11 that pointed to the inauguration of Washington on Wall Street, which was named after the 9-foot-high wall of security, and Washington was born on the date 222. The second prophetic sign on Wall Street on December 18th was 2 + 2 + 2 days after Trump was named Time's Person of the Year for the second time, while he rang the opening bell on Wall Street near where 2 planes struck 2 towers. The top news story on December 18th was how the Dow lost 1,123 points. 1,123 is the 188th prime number, and God uses this number to point to H188 in Strong's Hebrew Concordance, which is the Hebrew word that means woe! Exclamation mark. It is used in the Bible in the context of extreme judgment from God. The events of 9/11 that pointed to President George Washington occurred exactly 188 years after the only other time a foreign enemy attacked the nation's capital. On 9/11 in 1813, the British landed at Washington's Mount Vernon estate and then proceeded to burn down the Capitol building and the White House, but not before First Lady Dolly Madison famously rescued the portrait of George Washington. The Wall Street stock market loss on December 18th that pointed to the number 188 occurred 8 days before the predicted death of Trump. Trump's death will symbolize the long-last blast of the trumpets by the Israelites before the walls of security of Jericho collapsed in God's judgment. Trump's death will be the last Trump sign, and it will symbolize the collapse of America's walls of security and the beginning of the destruction of the nation. The loss on Wall Street on December 18th was blamed on the decision and statements by the 16th chairman of the Federal Reserve. The 16th president, Abraham Lincoln, was assassinated, as will Trump be assassinated. The name Abraham is equal to 44 in simple English gematria. Trump's death, the last trumpet sign, will be 4 plus 4 days after the loss on Wall Street that was blamed on the 4 times 4th chairman of the Federal Reserve, who was appointed to the Federal Reserve Board of Governors by the 44th president. After Trump's death and the last trumpet sign, the 44th president will become the president again. As outlined in the 20th Amendment, Obama will become a quote-unquote temporary president. This is why Trump, the 45th president, will die on the 20th anniversary of the tsunami that killed 220,000 people. The inverse of the number 45 is the number 0.0222. Prior to the date 12/12, December 12th, 2024, God pointed to December 12th, 2024, related to the death of President Trump. In other words, there are other videos on this channel that are predicting that President Trump would die on December 12th. And as I will explain, these videos and their analyses are 100% correct. The analysis is 100% correct, and these extremely important videos must be watched. The signs that occurred on December 12th that were expected in advance of December 12th confirmed all of the analysis, and as I will explain, the signs revealed adding 2 more days to get December 14th. These other videos that predicted that President Trump would die on December 12th were posted long before December 12th, and I have the email and forensic notes PDF document to document that December 12th was known many weeks before December 12th. On December 12th, 12/12, Trump rang the ceremonial opening bell on Wall Street, and Time magazine announced that Trump had been named Person of the Year for the 2nd time. This is an extremely profound and important video that changes a lot as the video goes on. Make sure you watch all of the video. All right, I promise this will be an epic video. It is filled with amazing information. You will be blown away. The prediction is that President Trump will die from a heart attack on December 12th, 2024. There is so much to say regarding this, and I'll be talking about the assassination of the CEO of United Healthcare near Trump's Tower in Manhattan, and the CEO's assassination in front of the Hilton Hotel, and Trump's attendance at the Notre Dame Cathedral's reopening in Paris is why God has incorporated into this story he is telling Paris Hilton and her new show with her old pal Christina Ricci, Nicole Richie, named Encore, that will premiere on the same day as President Trump's death. And that is because it hints at the encore presidency of Barack Obama, as I will explain. There's so much amazing to this. Let me get right into it and tell you this story that God has told through his true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, which is only being explained on this channel. So, we have here the CEO of United Healthcare was assassinated in Manhattan, New York City on December 4th, 12/4. The story of the shooting, the news story, was the escape of the shooter. That's what the main thing that's being focused on right now about this main biggest story in America right now is the escape route, the escape of the shooter, and tracing his movements through the city. This aspect of the story makes the location itself of the shooting prophetically relevant. The location was right near the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade was stopped, right near where the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade was stopped by protesters, which was in itself a prophetic sign pointing to Trump and his nearby Trump Tower. And I explain this other Macy's Thanksgiving Parade sign in another video. Now, the thing, though, what I didn't recognize when I first wrote this particular paragraph here, is that the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade sign occurred at 55th Street and I believe 5th Avenue. Yes, 5th Avenue and 55th Street. And the Paris Hilton, Nicole Richie, The Simple Life show, the revolutionary reality TV show in the early 2000s, went for 5 seasons and 55 episodes. That's why the connection here to the Hilton Hotel and the parade on 5th Avenue and 55th Street, where the shooting was. Near where the shooting was. And that is so amazing. The location, okay, so let me see. The location that the Macy's parade was stopped by the protesters was right near Trump's Tower. These events took place in Manhattan, where the events of 9/11 took place. This is the reason why the manhunt for the shooter of the United Healthcare CEO that began on December 4th, this manhunt was exactly 1 year, 1 month, and 9 days after the manhunt began for the mass shooter in Maine who injured 13 and killed 18 people, which hinted at Revelation 13:18 and the mark of the Antichrist, which are the SHOTs that are related to healthcare. Okay? I'm going to repeat that because this is so amazing. Furthermore, the people, The mark of the Antichrist is leading to mass demonic possession, which is alluded to in Revelation chapter 9, symbolized by Revelation chapter 9, verse 11. Okay, and so this mass shooting and this manhunt for the SHO, for the guy that shot the CEO of United Healthcare, is 1 year, 1 month, and 9 days, which hints at 9/11, after the manhunt began for the shooter in the mass shooting in Maine that injured 13 and killed 18, which hints at Revelation 13:18, which is the verse in the Bible regarding the mark of the Antichrist, which is the SHOTs, and that's why in God's signs, shootings, things that come out of guns and go into people, are symbolic of things that come out of things and go into people. Okay, so both of these shootings symbolize the mark of the Antichrist, and they are separated. The manhunts for these two shooters are separated by 1 year, 1 month, and 9 days. And that's relevant too because of Revelation 9:11. Okay, so that's amazing. Now, the name of the United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson, is equal to 560 in Hebrew gematria. 56 is equal to 7 plus 7 times 7. That's relevant prophetically, and that's why God uses this, because of the book of Joshua, when the Israelites took the promised land and marched around the walls of security of the ancient city of Jericho once per day for 7 days. And then on the 7th day, they marched around 7 times while blowing 7 trumpets. It was a 7 plus a 7 times 7. That's why on 9/11, it was 56 passengers on the second plane that hit the second tower before it collapsed on 9/11. Because after the symbolic 3 sets of 7 that the Israelites enacted, the walls of security of Jericho collapsed in God's judgment. Anyway, that's why, because this happened in Manhattan, this person's name is equal to 560 in Hebrew gematria. Well, but also the Israelites, they blew trumpets, and then the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment. And that's what trump symbolizes. Trump is God's trumpet that he uses to trumpet and highlight his prophetic signs. And this parallel with the book of Joshua is why Trump's first and second election campaigns and his presidency were synonymous with his border wall of security, and why the border wall of security with Mexico collapsed after he left office. The assassination of the United Healthcare CEO on December 4th was in front of the Hilton Hotel. That's a big part of the story. Everyone knows the headlines, well, whatever. It's about how it occurred in front of the Hilton Hotel. There's even surprise that from the security community that this man was by himself and not protected. How could that have even happened? But the point is that that aspect of the story further points to the location, which is in the front of the Hilton Hotel. This gives us, well, the letter H is the 8th letter in the alphabet. Hilton Hotel gives us HH. In other words, 88. 88 is, in simple English gematria, A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3, equal to the word Trump and the name Trump in simple English gematria. In archaic English, the word Trump means trumpet or the sounding of a trumpet. The date 12/4 hints at 12 plus 4 equals 16 and 8 plus 8. Another 88 in this sign. And again, Donald Trump, whose tower is nearby, the Hilton Hotel, is equal to, the name Trump is equal to 88. Donald J. Trump is equal to 888 in English gematria. The assassination in front of Hilton Hotel, 88, near Trump's tower is 8 days. This gives us 3/8, by the way, which is equal to Donald J. Trump. Okay, so the assassination in front of the Hilton Hotel, which gives us 8/8, and it's near Trump's tower, is 8 days, which gives us 3/8, before it is predicted that Donald J. Trump will be assassinated on December 12th. His assassination, Trump's assassination, will be through the SHOT that he took for supposed health care. This is how he will be assassinated. This is what God has been, this is what God has revealed through his prophetic signs. And when this prediction comes to pass, that Trump will die on December 12th, it will prove what I am saying. And to make no mistake, I know far better than you the reason and purpose for this prediction that is from God. The reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction, and the reason for this video and this prediction, is to prove what I have just said and what I am saying. And what I am saying is not only will Trump die, but it will be an assassination. And the cause of the assassination, because it won't look like an assassination, and that's the point, it will be in disguise. The cause of the assassination will be the SHOT that he took. There is a way that frequencies or a directed energy weapon can be used to target individuals. Because individuals who have taken the mark of the Antichrist emanate a Bluetooth MAC address. Trump's Bluetooth MAC address was obtained when he visited Biden at the White House. Anyway, this is what God has been communicating. I don't fully understand the science behind it, and I am in general not a conspiracy theorist. In general, I don't have that particular worldview, although there are definitely lots of conspiracies and corruption these days. But I do believe one reason why God selected me for this message is because I do not have a conspiracy theory worldview. In other words, we went to the moon. JFK was assassinated. That is a true conspiracy. And 9/11 was, in fact, done by hijackers from Saudi Arabia, right? No, building number 7 didn't collapse because it was bombed. That's where I'm coming from, okay? That's just, if you believe those things, fair enough, right? But I'm giving my credentials to the people that don't believe those things, to give you who I am. What I am saying, though, is, as shocking as it is, this is what is being communicated. Although I don't believe these sorts of outlandish conspiracy theories, I mean, the world is round, right? I am open-minded to what God is communicating, and he has definitely communicated what I have just said. And the prediction will prove this, and that's the purpose of this prediction. Okay, so there's far more nefarious things going on with the so-called, the thing, than most people will realize. Okay, so, and that's what is the point. That's the purpose of why this CEO, for example, was the CEO. This man that was assassinated was the CEO of United Healthcare near the Trump Tower. That's why. Okay, and that's why it connects to the mass shooting with 1 year, 1 month, and 9 days to the shooting in which 13 were injured and 18 were killed, because Revelation 13:18 is about the mark of the Antichrist. Okay, this, as I wrote, this is the reason why the person assassinated was the CEO of United Healthcare. That's why. It's to prove what I have just said. I don't want to keep repeating myself, but hopefully I'm clear now. This prediction cannot be possibly known without this being true. That's the purpose of this prediction. I know it's hard to imagine, right, how this actually works, and I don't really fully understand it either. What I do know is God is communicating a number of things that I don't have time to explain in this particular video, which I have explained in other videos. And a wise person will recognize when the prediction comes to pass that they need to watch every minute of every video on this channel. There are these self-assembling components within the thing that will facilitate this, okay? Now, the assassination at the HH, the Hilton Hotel, 88, 8 days before Donald J. Trump's predicted assassination, 888. Donald J. Trump equals 888. Connects to the mass shooting in the 23rd state because the numbers 8 and 23 identify America in Revelation chapter 8 and Isaiah chapter 23. Okay, so I'm going to try to make this as brief as possible. I'm going to, and by making it brief, I won't be giving all of the evidence. So there are people that say that America does not appear in Bible prophecy. They couldn't be more wrong. And you would think that they would be wrong given that we are in the end. And of course, America is at the center of God's focus, his Gentile nation, his nation that he has had his hand on. America is an Israel, right? God left Israel and chose the English-speaking world and its culture, created its culture, developed its culture to be a civilization of disciples to spread the gospel around the world, which it did do in the 19th and 20th centuries. But now these countries, this civilization has turned from God and it must be destroyed, which is what is happening right now. God's wrath is primarily focused on these countries. Secondarily, the other Western, formerly Christian nations. Okay? And then a far distant after that, the rest of the world, because everyone is in rebellion against God. But God is primarily focused, just like he was with destroying Israel, focused on destroying America right now. And that's the end, right? The large segments of the world have not even really had a fair opportunity to even hear the gospel, really. Okay, they haven't been saturated in Christian culture like those in America that, although having been exposed to the gospel all their lives, have rejected it. All right? Now, so Revelation 8 and chapter 23 of Isaiah are talking about America. 23 of Isaiah is about Tyre and Tarshish. That right in itself is a clue that it is only symbolism, because what in the world does Tarshish have to do with Tyre? There's nothing to do with each other. But the chapter is about both of these places. That's because a lot of people don't. That's because of what a lot of people don't appreciate, which is that prophecy is far more symbolic than people recognize. So Tyre is symbolism for America. The thing that ancient Tyre was known for, and why it was a power and was never conquered until Alexander, is because it was surrounded by ocean. It was an island just off the coast in the Mediterranean, and then Alexander the Great and the Greeks built a causeway to the island and then conquered Tyre. But it's symbolism. That's why it's symbolism for America. God, a location, a continent that God designed to be a safe haven for his people, separated by oceans. Okay? And but the Tarshish, there's all kinds of evidence that Tarshish is Great Britain in the Bible. Okay, and not like I said, I'm making this brief. But one thing about the mention of Tarshish in Isaiah chapter 23 is the mention of the daughters of Tarshish. Well, what other nation are you familiar with that is known for having daughters, for having birthed other nations? Furthermore, it's the ships of Tarshish that are repeated in this chapter. Well, Great Britain was made the empire on which the sun never set because of its navy, because of its shipping, its naval and shipping industry. That's what made Great Britain, Tarshish. It's an island. God separated this island from the rest of Europe to make it a unique, individualistic, a unique culture focused on individualism and Protestant culture and the gospel, which then birthed America, which also became powerful due to its navy and its ability to protect itself with its oceans and project its power around the world through its navy, etc., and its industry through its shipping industry. So that's the daughter of Tarshish. Okay. Now ships are mentioned in Revelation chapter 8. In context of a tsunami that will be triggered by the fiery mountain that falls into the sea, which is the Canary Islands volcano that will collapse into the ocean and engender a mega tsunami that will hit the East Coast. Okay, and so the ships will be destroyed. It's only symbolism. It's not like all the ships in the world are going to be destroyed. It's just, and even it says in the chapter. But the ships referenced there is one of countless references between the Old Testament prophecy and the book of Revelation. Okay, so that's why the ships. The ships are an allusion to the ships of Tarshish. Otherwise, you tell me what it's an allusion to if you disagree. But that's what it is, because America would be in Bible prophecy, and it certainly is. And furthermore, it's mentioned in context of being destroyed, which America is about to be destroyed. And this particular context with the ships is, like I just said, the mega tsunami that will be targeted at America. Okay? That's why the ships in that passage, because it's the American ships. It's symbolism for America. Okay, and there's reasons I know this too because of what God has demonstrated in his science. For example, the Washington, D.C. earthquake that occurred on the date 8/23 in 2011, and on and on. Okay, so that's enough of that. I just thought I'd throw that in there. Sorry I went on a little too long if you found that boring. Now, this video is going to get even more interesting. The simple life. Now, when I wrote this paragraph, I had forgotten to mention the connection to Paris Hilton. Did I mention it already? Because Trump is going to be, or actually it's today in a few hours, he'll be at the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris for its reopening on December 7th. Okay? And this is just a few days after the assassination in front of the Hilton Hotel. So it occurred to me that rhymes with Paris Hilton. I had no idea, but it turns out she is big time in the news these days. For example, she just released her new album, first one in like 20 years, and it went #1 within the first week. That was in September of this year. So she's in the news for that, as I'll explain. But she's also, and I had no idea before it occurred to me that God was hinting at Paris Hilton. She has a new show, and the premiere is, and I had no idea, the premiere of the show is the date that President Trump is predicted to die, December 12th. I'm going to explain that in a second, okay? But I just wanted to mention here, because I didn't give the preface here to why I'm talking about The Simple Life, which is the famous groundbreaking reality TV show with Paris Hilton and her old pal, Nicole Richie. Okay? So The Simple Life was for 5 seasons and 55 episodes. The show was known for the falling out between the two, Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie. Okay, so there's the big drama. The two, after a few seasons, had a falling out. And this is why the show was canceled by Fox. Okay? So, and everyone knows this. Like, I didn't really know this, but I know that the pop culture knows this from what I've read today about the history of all of this, okay? And I did know. I mean, you can't be completely ignorant. You live in the culture. You're going to hear about it here and there. I did know that they had a famous show, of course, and I also knew that they had a falling out. I knew that. But what I didn't know is that this falling out is related to what I'm about to explain. Okay, so the famous falling out caused the show to be canceled by Fox in the middle of their shows. And then it was picked up by the network named E! Okay? Okay, now that's relevant, but first of all, Fox is a name that God uses in his signs because it hints at 666, which is the number that symbolizes the Antichrist in Revelation chapter 13, in context of the mark of the Antichrist. Okay, and again, it was the CEO of United Healthcare that was assassinated in front of the Hilton Hotel, and Trump will be assassinated after his visit to Paris, hence Paris Hilton. Okay, now Fox is symbolic of 666 because F is the 6th letter of the alphabet, O is the 15th letter of the alphabet, and 1 plus 5 equals 6, and X is the 24th letter of the alphabet, and 2 plus 4 equals 6. E is the 5th letter of the alphabet, and that gives us 5. And again, the show went for 5 seasons and 55 episodes. Okay? Now, it's because of the fallout after a couple of seasons that Fox canceled after 3 seasons, and then the remaining 2 seasons were picked up by E. I think those 2 seasons were already filmed. They had to have been because the 2 had a falling out, right? So I guess they did all 5 seasons pretty quickly and then just decided to have a falling out, or then had a falling out, and then Fox decided to cancel it and not bother with the other seasons, which were then picked up by E. And apparently they had just as much viewers of the final 2 seasons as they did in the beginning when it was shown on the network E. The show began airing on E, and this is why God did this, to give the symbolic date of the first showing on E. Okay, so the show began airing on E, which ends at 5, midway through the total of 5 seasons and 55 episodes, on June 4th, 2006, which was exactly 222 months. Okay, so first of all, the number 22 symbolizes the mark of the Antichrist in God's signs. The inverse of the mark of the Antichrist would have been described in Ezekiel and would have been the Tav letter. And the Tav letter in the Hebrew alphabet, which is symbolic of a mark, the letters of the Hebrew alphabet were also symbols for things, and this was the symbol for a mark. And the Tav letter was the last and 22nd letter of the Hebrew alphabet. The mark of the Antichrist is described in the last and 22nd book out of 22 books in the Bible that have a total of 22 chapters. Also, the Tav letter was an X, and the mark of the Antichrist changes a person's chromosomes, which are symbolized by an X. And also, a pair of chromosomes, a chromosome has 2 arms, and a pair therefore has 2 and 2, which hints at 22. Okay, so this first episode on E, after it was canceled by Fox, 666, was exactly 222 months before the assassination of the United Healthcare CEO with SHOTs, okay, which is the mark. That's why the 222 months. This 222 months is also exactly 6 plus 6 plus 6 years and 6 months, which is also 6 times 6 times 6 plus 6 months. Okay, that's amazing. Okay, now June 4th, 2006, the first episode on E was exactly 29 months to November 4th, 2008, the date on which Barack Obama was elected president, the Antichrist. And 29 because if God were to symbolize 9/11 with 2 numbers, it would be 29 or 92, because the 2 hints at 1 plus 1 and gives us 2 ones, and therefore 9/11. And not only does it hint at the warning of judgment on 9/11, but Revelation 9/11, which is relevant to the mark of the Antichrist, as I explained. Okay, so in turn, Obama's election was exactly 36 months before Obama was in Egypt. Just after he became president, he went down to Egypt to deliver his famous Cairo, Egypt speech in order to tell the Muslim world that America is no longer a Christian nation because he is the Antichrist. Isaiah chapter 31 in the Bible, which describes the Antichrist, begins with, "Woe to those who go down to Egypt." The time that Obama went down to Egypt was exactly 3,000 days to the prophetic eclipse that passed over America in 2017 that peaked over the area of the country nicknamed Little Egypt, including Cairo, Illinois. 3,000 because when the Israelites came out of Egypt and their persecution from the king of Egypt, 3,000 souls perished after their rebellion at Mount Sinai. The birth date of Obama, 8/4/1961, was exactly 760 months to the shooting at the HH Hotel, the Hilton Hotel. The 76th semi-prime number is 226, and this is the number that hints at H226 in the Hebrew concordance, the word that means prophetic sign. This connection is also 555,000 hours, and the show was 5 seasons and 55 episodes. The shooting at the Hilton Hotel is 188 days inclusive to this date, June 9th, which will be 5G and 5th trumpet day. Okay, so the 5th trumpet in Revelation chapter 9, 188 because this is a number that God uses frequently in his signs to point to H188, the word that means woe, exclamation mark, used in the context of extreme judgment from God. This date, this 5G 5th trumpet day, is the day that is, the 5th trumpet is in Revelation chapter 9, which describes the coming mass demonic possession that will be facilitated or triggered by the 5G frequencies. The components that are inside people and in their brains will be triggered by the 5G frequencies, which will then engender delta brain waves, which will facilitate demonic possession. And okay, so that's why the connection here. Hilton's new album, Infinite Icon, that should be a capital I, Infinite Icon, was released on 9/6, the inverse of 6/9. Well, 6 divided by 9 is 0.666. And so that's why God hinted at this connection between the Hilton Hotel and Paris Hilton and her Infinite Icon to the date on which it is predicted that the 5G will trigger the 5th trumpet and the mass demonic possession. The day that the demonic realm collides with the earthly realm. The name Infinite Icon, this is a hint at Satan, right? He is the infinite icon, if you will. Because the icon is blasphemy. It hints at idol, right? And Paris Hilton is an idol. She's a false idol that people looked up to, right? And she's even, they call these people influencers, right? It's all symbolic of demonic influence and the idol of all false idols, Satan. So that's the infinite icon, okay? Which is why it was released on this date that hints at 666, like I just mentioned. Okay, so, but this makes Paris Hilton in the news recently, okay? Which supports what I'm saying is that the Hilton Hotel shooting and Trump's visit to Paris are part of this story God is telling to communicate the things that I'm communicating, and all of this will be proven when the prediction comes to pass. Now, the premise of the show, The Simple Life, this groundbreaking, revolutionary reality TV show in the early 2000s, the premise of the show is the two rich socialites who forego their phones and credit cards and do real work for money and food. This hints at the taking away of bank accounts and credit cards and bank cards of those who refuse the mark and the mark's enforcement through phones. As a result, they will be restricted from food, buying and selling food. Okay, well, let me just finish. This is why Richie's father, Lionel Richie, co-wrote, and that's why she's famous, by the way, her father, co-wrote and produced We Are the World, the biggest selling single of all time, and God Uses Records for Signs, which was a relief effort for starving Ethiopia, to get food to the Ethiopians. Okay, and so God uses Ethiopia in his signs, the Ethiopian in the Bible, in the book of Acts, to point to Obama, who was born in East Africa near Ethiopia, south of Egypt. The king of Egypt in the Bible is symbolic of the Antichrist. Now, which is why Obama went to Egypt, by the way. And also, by the way, went to Cairo, Illinois as a U.S. senator to deliver a speech. Okay, anyway, there's more to the G128, which is explained in other videos. So let's just summarize this paragraph, though. This is the key here. This is the reason why God is using Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie, and because of their show, which obviously is the thing that made them famous, this reality TV show in the early 2000s. Furthermore, like I'm about to explain, they are in the news right now because of their encore show, which is based off of their original show. So God is pointing to this show, The Simple Life. That's the name of the show. Now, what is God communicating with this show? Well, the premise of the show, which is the two rich socialites who forego their phones and banking, their bank accounts, and do real work for money and food. Okay, that's because of what's coming. Those who refuse to take the mark of the Antichrist will be restricted from buying and selling the rationed food through their bank accounts and their phones, the internet. The image of the beast that John spoke of in the book of Revelation, chapter 13, that spoke an unutterable language, is computer code. It was the internet. That's what God was seeing. He couldn't understand it. He called it an image of the beast. It's the internet. And that's why it spoke a language that was unintelligible, because it was computer language. That's why it is through the internet and people's phones that the food will be restricted to only those who take the mark of the Antichrist. Through their bank accounts, through their ability to bank, which, by the way, was the big purpose of the Trucker Freedom Protest prophetic sign and the Emergencies Act, which restricted their bank accounts. That was God communicating all of what I am saying also. But God is doing it again here with the show The Simple Life. That's also why the United Healthcare CEO death in front of the Hilton Hotel just a few days before Trump will be in Paris. Okay, it's all to point to this premise of the show. That's again why Nicole Richie was chosen for the show in the first place, because of Lionel Richie, who, along with Michael Jackson, co-wrote the song, and with Michael Jackson produced, organized it, got the other celebrity singers into the venue for the recording, etc. Inside the recording, gave the commands, and he was producing. He is the man behind We Are the World, along with Michael Jackson and Quincy Jones. Okay? So Lionel Richie in God's sign, We Are the World is very important in God's big picture of signs. God communicated this in his other signs recently. And so that's why Lionel Richie and his daughter, Nicole Richie. What's even further supportive of all of this is the name Nicole, because it hints at the Nicolaitans that Jesus referred to in the book of Revelation, chapter 2. And he mentioned them twice. And he said that he hates their teachings and their works, and is coming to make war on this with the sword of his mouth, on those who teach and have the works that are a product of this doctrine, the Nicolaitan doctrine. Now, what is the Nicolaitan doctrine? Well, if you ask your quote-unquote so-called pastor, they'll tell you, well, or a supposed leader or a supposed teacher, they'll tell you, well, it's really obscure. We don't really know who the Nicolaitans were. We can only take a few obscure guesses, but, we don't really know. So, we don't want to pay too much attention to this in, what Jesus said here. Even though Jesus mentioned them twice and said he's coming to make war with this, with the sword of his mouth, and on those who teach and have the works that are a product of this doctrine. Okay, so you really believe that we're not really supposed to really understand this and have it be crystal clear? Because obviously this is the time of the end. Jesus is talking to us right now, and we're not supposed to know, really, with crystal clarity, what he is talking about? Well, the reason why they don't tell you what he's really talking about is because it's them he's talking about. And it's crystal clear. And it's very, very exceedingly simple. Because the name Nicolaitan is a compound word from Greek that means ruling over the laity. And this is because Jesus forbid teachers. There is only one teacher, Jesus. He forbid calling anyone your teacher. He said he is the only teacher. We do not have so-called teachers. And it is the problem because it's just like socialism. These teachers, furthermore, have a dictatorship. They are dictators, and I mean that literally. This is very, very bad. They are dictators of information. They have a monopoly on information, a 100% control on information in their congregation, so-called congregation. And not only does it cut off the body of Christ, but that's what it does. It cuts off the body of Christ. This isn't how, first of all, the early church gathered. They didn't have these elevated dictators. By the way, anyone that claims to be a Christian and also in the freedom movement that follows a pastor or has a pastor, in my opinion, you're an extreme hypocrite. Okay? John, Peter, and Paul in earlier writings they also agreed with Jesus. John, for example, said, in his epistle, you have no need for you to be taught. You have no need for a teacher. You have the Holy Spirit. And I'm paraphrasing. John said that, for example. Paul said, for example, this. If someone is speaking and someone else is inspired to say something based on what the other is saying, let the person who is speaking be silent and the other person speak. When do you ever hear that? Or when do you ever see that happen in a church? No. If you were to stand up and say, I've got something to say regarding what you just said there, Pastor, on his platform on the stage above everyone else, you'd be immediately escorted out of the church and probably asked never to return because they're in a little bit of a cult. Sycophant followers of the pastors. would be supportive of the monopoly that the pastor has. Now, when pastors have a monopoly, when you have a socialist system, it inevitably produces an immature political class, an immature citizenry, if you will, if they're even citizens. It produces an immature people, members of society. That's what we get. That's why you have the way things are with the people in the communist countries in history. They become dependent on the state over time. Once they take over and control everything, people become, and make them dependent on the state, they become dependent on the state. And they get spoon-fed. Well, it's the same thing in church. They get spoon-fed, they rely on their pastor to teach them, which they shouldn't be doing, which is why Jesus said not to do that. Okay? And now also, the problem too is that these pastors are paid. And Jesus forbid that. Strictly forbid preaching for money. Paul, the passages that the pastors use to support their preaching for money are twisted out of context, clearly. And they leave out the verse that comes before or after. Paul is, if anything, talking about getting food, but nothing more than food. And that's not like Paul's talking about the position of this pastor, a permanent position in a particular town or whatever, serving the people in that community. No, that's not even what Paul's talking about when he's saying receiving food. Unfortunately, Paul got frustrated with the early churches later on and wrote his letter to Timothy, in which he starts, breaking out a dictatorial system a little bit in order to keep the to supposedly keep the people in line and in check or whatever, to keep them from going astray. Well, take it for what you will, but they definitely contradict the passages from Peter and John and other passages from Paul, and most importantly, Jesus. So you're going to have to deal with the contradiction, because they do contradict each other, these passages, okay? Now, that's going to cause you to question this incorrect belief that the Bible is inerrant. A lot of people think that the Bible is inerrant. Well, how do you explain the contradiction? Okay? So the Bible isn't inerrant. You're going to have to deal with that. But definitely Jesus forbid teachers, and he also forbid preaching for money. And the big reason also for that is because he knew that it would institutionalize the egregious errors. For example, there wouldn't be the egregious errors of Jehovah's Witness, Seventh-day Adventism, and Catholicism, and Calvinism, and Protestant evangelical culture as well, were it not for the institutionalization of these errors through passing it down through the moneyed system. That's why Jesus forbid this. The one thing that Jesus got violently angry over in his first coming was turning his church into a place of making money. The monetization of the church, okay? So that's the big problem now. The first warning that Jesus gave to the disciples when he asked regarding the end, he said, "Beware of many who will come claiming to be Christ, for they will lead many people astray." Well, the word Christ is Greek for Messiah, which in Hebrew means anointed one. And there are other anointed ones in the Bible that don't refer to Lord Jesus Christ. Okay, so it simply means anointed one. Jesus said there would be many anointed ones claiming to be anointed ones that would lead many people astray. Okay, when in history has there been someone claiming to be Lord Jesus Christ leading many people astray? There hasn't been one example. because everyone recognizes if someone claims to be Lord Jesus Christ that they are in poor mental health. But there have been many, many people claiming to be anointed that have led many, many people astray. Pastors, priests, bishops, popes, the Nicolaitans, the ruling over the laity, the man getting up on stage performing, and it is a performance. It is, no, truly, it is a performance. On a stage for 45 minutes to an hour, and then getting paid like you've gone to a concert. This form of assembly that was inherited from Catholicism, which was the Nicolaitan of the Nicolaitans system. But it's really no different today in Protestant culture either. You've got the same system, people preaching for money and leading many people astray through the heretical doctrines that the Nicolaitan Church teaches. Now, one more thing to finish this up here. The Nicolaitan doctrine specifically has been identified repeatedly in God's big picture of signs, and this will be proven to be true when the prediction comes to pass. The Nicolaitan doctrine of our day that Jesus is talking about is the doctrine of the Laodicean church, the American church, the American Protestant evangelical church specifically, the doctrine that's churned out of the evangelical capital, Dallas, which is why God repeatedly uses Dallas in his signs, and the name Nicol, as in Nicole or Nicolaitan. It's to point to this particular doctrine, which is the Nicolaitan doctrine of our day, that Jesus said he hates and is coming to make war with the sword of his mouth on those that teach and have the works that are a product of this doctrine because of the sycophant followers of the Nicolaitans, which is Reformed theology, which is sovereign grace and or free grace, which come into packages of Calvinism or dispensationalism, which both lead to the heretical Gnostic doctrine of once saved, always saved. And I mean Gnostic literally, and John called the Gnostics in his epistle Antichrist, because it all is rooted in Augustine's writings. Calvin called his writings systematic Augustinianism. He disparaged the other church followers that came centuries before Augustine and knew an apostle or knew someone that did and spoke the original Greek, and only quoted Augustine. And Luther, the other partner in crime in the Reformation, which was a revivification of Augustinianism, Luther was an Augustinian monk. Luther wanted to take out of the Bible, remove from the Bible, the book of Revelation, Hebrews, and James, because they contradict his doctrine. Okay? Once saved, always saved. Jesus hates this. We are in the process of being saved. No one is saved past tense. We're on the path. The Holy Spirit is there to let you know if you are on the path or not. This doctrine also includes predestination, the abhorrent doctrine that says that people are predestined to go to hell or heaven before they are born. It also includes our righteousnesses as filthy rags, one verse that Luther took out of context and twisted to support his entire theology. The myth of imputed righteousness as evangelicals understand it, and on and on. All of this leads ultimately to a lack of fear of God, which is essential, and what God is looking for. It's a gift, the fear of God. It's all over the Old Testament and in the New Testament, including the writings of Paul. Peter warned, his last warning in his epistle was, beware of those who twist the writings of Paul to their own destruction, which is what Calvin and Luther and the Protestants and evangelicals do. Okay? So this is a warning. That's why the name Nicole Richie and The Simple Life, which is about the taking away of banking and the phones, that's what the premise of the show was, okay? And it's why her father was involved with the food effort for Ethiopia. Ethiopia in God's signs is a hint at Barack Obama, the Ethiopian, and on and on. It's all about what's coming, and it is because God's primarily focused on the church. This is all for the church. The purpose of the Antichrist is for the church. It is to wake it up. It is to get them to finally demonstrate their faith, which is what's required. Faith is a doing. Read the book of James chapter 2. The only place in the Bible where the phrase faith alone occurs is when James said, so you see, a man or a person is not saved by faith alone, but by his works and through his works. And furthermore, the book of Revelation, Jesus wrote these letters to the churches, and he's grading the churches based on their works. And only one of the churches is said to be rescued from the tribulation of the Antichrist, the Church of Philadelphia, which precedes the Church of Laodicea, that Jesus wants to vomit out of his mouth because they think they are in need of nothing. That's once saved, always saved. Not needing anything. You're once saved, always saved. And the workaround solution, because that's how all of this is possible, with the creative workaround solutions to the countless texts that flatly contradict their doctrine. Even passages within Paul contradicts their interpretations of other Paul passages. But the workaround solution to that, to the letters to the churches talking about their works, because obviously the letters to the churches are about the end. Although they were written for churches in Asia Minor, they are about the end times. So their solution to that is, well, there's a supposed dispensation of grace that supposedly ends, and then the people after that, well, then they have to do works. It's just so despicable. That's why Jesus hates this. Okay? Now, if this is all, if you're caught up in this culture and this belief and that's what you've been taught, because, by the way, no one ever comes to these conclusions regarding doctrine. Once saved, always saved, and all of this. If you're not familiar with the terms like Calvinism and monergism, etc., all of this, although you have the beliefs, you don't realize the theological terms necessarily. All of this is a result of this passed down theology that no one would ever come to the conclusion of if they just read the Bible on their own. Like someone in jail who reads the Bible and doesn't get taught how to interpret the Bible and isn't immersed in the culture that keeps reinforcing these things about what these passages really mean and twisted out of context and all that, they'll never come to the conclusion of Calvinism. Okay? There's a reason for that. And once saved, always saved. Now, let's get back to what we were talking about. I've now explained Nicole Richie. It's very important. If you are a Christian, make sure you watch the 23 church signs on this video, channel, arguably the most important video on this channel. It'll explain more of what I'm talking about. Okay? And also, I will just leave you with this too. There are two parts to salvation. One, and they are illustrated through Abraham. Abraham was deemed righteous for believing, having faith in God's promise. But that faith wasn't complete until he demonstrated his faith, which is why then God asked him to sacrifice his only son, which was a foreshadow of the sacrifice of God's only son. And as he was about to sacrifice Isaac, God sent the angel and told the angel, through the angel, told Abraham, "Stop, do not harm the boy, for now I know that you fear me." In other words, God didn't know prior to that. That's another erroneous concept in people's theology inherited from this Greek idea of God. But the God of the Bible doesn't know everything, and if he did, we wouldn't have free will. He knows all possibilities, but he doesn't know all that we will choose. And like I said, if he did, we wouldn't have free will. And so God didn't know. This isn't the only example, by the way, in the Bible where God didn't know something ahead of time. God knew after Abraham demonstrated his faith that he feared him. And furthermore, neither did Abraham know until he actually actualized his faith. And so that's the beautiful gift, the opportunity to demonstrate the faith, to actualize one's faith, which is what James is talking about. And this typically involves some form of risk or sacrifice. You have to have faith to take the leap, right? You take the leap into the abyss, that's the faith, right? You trust. Abraham trusted God. He knew that this would work out. So he went and obeyed God. That's faith. That's extreme faith, right? So that's what God is looking for. And so this is played out through our actions, which is the purpose of the mark of the Antichrist. To lay down your life, to not worry about your job or the ability to travel and go on vacations, etc. You refuse the spiritual abomination, which is the mark of the Antichrist, because it changes a person's chromosomes and it uses cells from unborn babies. And most importantly, when you take it, you enable the system to compel other people to take it. If 70% of the people, if the 40% of the middle would join the 30% of the people that are trying to fight back, the totalitarian regime would be done. And the 30% that are hypnotized would dissolve. Right? So complying with the MASK wasn't about the thing. Wasn't about the thing that you put over your mouth. It wasn't just about you. It was about enabling the tyrannical system. You can't do it. You can't do these things. It's not about you even. You just can't enable the system. It's the principle. Okay? Okay. The first episode aired on Fox 666, aired on December 2nd, 2003. This first episode of The Simple Life. This was 222% of a year after 9/11 in 2001. And it was through the 9/11 events that God pointed to George Washington, because he was born on the date 222. This is why 9/11, for example, was exactly 222 months before the WHO declared the CVD disease to be a begins with a pan, ends with a demic. And the day of Trump's Oval Office speech regarding the CVD disease, that was 11 minutes long and ended precisely as the clock on the live TV news screen ticked 9/11. It was 222 months after 9/11, and it was 11 months because on 9/11 it was Flight 11 with a crew of 11 that flew to the Twin Towers. It looked like a giant 11 in New York State, the 11th state to join the Union. So, and again, as I mentioned earlier, 222 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. And I mentioned earlier how the first episode of the E show, the first episode that was aired on E, was aired 222 months before the shooting at the Hilton Hotel. But now I am saying the first episode of the show, period, the first one that was aired on Fox, was 222% after 9/11, which was 222 months before the healthcare event, the symbolic beginning. Because of that, and that, of course, ties to the death assassination of the CEO of United Healthcare. See how this is all amazing? And again, 222 ends at 22, which symbolizes the mark of the Antichrist. This is so amazing here. All right. The first episode of The Simple Life on Fox 666 aired exactly 600 plus 600 plus 600 days before Obama's election, the Antichrist's election. His number in Bible prophecy is 666. This 600 plus 600 plus 600 exact days is also exactly 257 weeks. And 257 is the 55th prime number. That's amazing because the show went for 5 seasons and had 55 episodes. So from the first show, we have this connection involving the number 55 to the beginning of the Antichrist, who will eventually enforce bank accounts and food, which is again alluded to at the premise of the show, the simple life. In other words, the people that are with God will have a simple life. They will not be participating in the extravagant socialite life like the two in the show. They gave up their regular, rich socialite life. They gave up their phones and their bank accounts and had the simple life. That's amazing. That's what's going to happen. The ones who are with God will demonstrate their faith through willingly having a simple life. Okay? I should say that in past tense, actually, because that's already what has happened. And by the way, the thing is the mark of the Antichrist. In its current form, it does not need an additional something to go with it, such as an additional technology or false form of religious worship. In fact, for those who are wise, there was false religious worship that went with it, and it does not require an additional supposed new age of dispensation after supposedly all quote-unquote Christians will be raptured. In fact, one of the main reasons why the vast majority of quote-unquote Christians have already taken the mark of the Antichrist is in fact judgment for this particular doctrine, which Jesus said he hates and is coming to make war with the sword of his mouth on those that teach and have the works that are a product of this doctrine. Now, the commonly held objections that people have based on their understanding of Bible prophecy are answered in the must-watch snake bite video on this channel. But make no mistake, when the prediction comes to pass, it will prove what I am saying. And this is the purpose of this prediction that is from God. It is the mark of the Antichrist. Case closed. End of debate. No more discussion at all. Okay? Now, so that's why we have all of this. It's this connection to, from the first episode to the beginning of the presidency of the Antichrist. But it connects with the number 55. Again, the shooting at the Hilton Hotel was on the near Fifth Avenue and 55th Street, which is where the parade was shut down. Okay, near Trump Tower. And the show went for 5 seasons and 55 episodes. There's more to the number 55 here, and that's that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis near the I-55, which is the highway that connects Chicago, the home of the Antichrist, to Little Egypt. Symbolism for the Antichrist, the king of Egypt in the Bible. Memphis, Tennessee, for example. King Manasseh, who is said to be the most evil king in the Bible, ruled for 55 years. This is why. Okay? There is a duality with the meaning of 5 in the Bible. It means grace, and it also means sin and death. It means life and death. This is the symbolism of the number 5 in the Bible. 55 is an enhancement of that. This is why you've got this duality with the number 5 symbolizing God's grace. Jesus was crucified and was pierced 5 times, 2 arms, 2 legs, and his side, for example. And then you also have the most wicked king ruling for 55 years. You also have the duality in the 5 and 5 commandments. 5 were related to God and 5 were related to man. So there's this duality, and that's represented in the number 55. Now, the first episode also aired 550% of a year before Obama was in Egypt. Okay? when people become demon-possessed, will they be dancing on the ceiling all night long? So I leave a question mark there, because I'm sure there should be some symbolism in Lionel Richie's songs. And given all of what I've explained so far, and how it leads to Fifth Trumpet Day and Mass Demonic Possession Day. By the way, I'm not saying everyone will become demonically possessed on June 9th, 2025. What I am saying is that God is signifying this to be a symbolic beginning of what is to come. Possibly, and I think likely, it'll be the day that aliens will be in the news, mainstream news. It'll be widely known everywhere that aliens are here, but the truth will be that aliens are demons pretending to be aliens, fooling the masses that don't have a biblical worldview, because it is impossible for there to be aliens in the biblical worldview. I forgot to mention the connection between the Hilton hotel shooting, Trump in Paris, and Paris Hilton. Okay, so I wrote that after. Okay. The reason why Paris Hilton's The Simple Life went for 5 seasons and 55 episodes is because Trump will die 5 days after he is in Paris for the reopening of the Notre Dame Cathedral. That's amazing. So, in other words, this prediction is being made, and it is actually December 7th today. This prediction is being made 5 days before Trump is predicted to die. And that's because of the 5s connected to Paris Hilton, like I've explained. And the parade, which is explained in another video. And so that's why Trump will be in Paris 5 days before his predicted death. It's amazing. Now, Paris Hilton and Nicole, as Nicolaitan Richie, have made a new reality TV show named Encore. This is amazing, okay? So they're in the news as we speak, like literally these last couple of days, because of their new TV show named Encore. The official trailer of the Hilton show, this show Encore, it was released on the same day as the shooting at the Hilton Hotel. If there were any doubt, if you thought this was like contrived, that I've connected the Hilton Hotel to Paris Hilton, well, Paris Hilton released the official trailer, and God uses the release dates of trailers for dates for signs. The official trailer for the new Hilton show was the same day as the shooting at the Hilton Hotel. God did this to confirm what I am saying, that this is all connected. The trailer for Encore, this show, because it's an encore to the first show, right? The Simple Life. The trailer for the show named Encore was released exactly 6 + 6 + 6 months after the plane operated by a company named Encore flew over the White House, a private plane, at low altitude, and then crashed in Virginia in George Washington National Forest, making this a national judgment sign. This was a big news story. It caused the launch of 2 F-16s, which made a sonic boom over the Washington, D.C. area. It launched the 2 F-16s, and F-16 since at 4x4 and the 44th president. 2 of them hints at the second encore presidency for the 44th president. Okay, so the F-16s were also launched, the F-16s were launched to intercept the plane that had originally departed from the 4x4th state. The 2 F-16s, which hints at 4x4, to intercept the Encore plane, hint at the second Encore presidency for the 44th president. The plane crashed onto Mine Bank Mountain, which hints at bank accounts being restricted, at an elevation of 2,760 feet. 276 is the number in the Bible that symbolizes shipwreck. That's why it was a plane crash. And 276 is the 23rd triangular number in a triangle of numbers. The last number in the 23rd row is 276. And in God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, which is only being explained on this channel, it works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter, as the Bible says is required. And what makes this, what is being explained on this channel, true and not a product of one's imagination, and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. And if we think about it, one simple way in which he would provide a second witness for us is through pairing certain numbers together, such as 23 and 44. And so we had this plane that departed from the 4 times 4th state and caused the launch of the F-16s that are 4 times 4. It crashed into the mountain at the altitude that hinted at the number 23, making it a 23 and 44 pairing. There is no update regarding the cause of the crash. Usually there's an update on these things, but in this case, there is no update regarding the cause of the crash, because the truth is the pilot suffered a heart attack, and it is one of many such instances that are the result of the thing, the mark of the Antichrist. All of this is connected to the death of Trump from a heart attack, as I'm explaining, right? This Encore plane crashed 6 + 6 + 6 months before the release of the trailer for Encore, which is 8 days before Trump's predicted to die. And I already explained how that 8 days is relevant. Okay, but it's also, okay, now here's the amazing thing here too. The Encore plane, Encore is French. It's a French word borrowed from the French language. It's an English word now, but it's from the French language. The Encore plane crashed. The Encore plane crashed because the plane was operated by a company named Encore. It crashed exactly 6 times 6 weeks after the Notre Dame Cathedral fire in Paris, France. Oh, by the way, another 23 is that the day of the crash at the altitude that hinted at the number 23, the plane left the 4 times 4th state and caused the 4 times 4 F-16s, 23 and 44. That day was also the day of a crash of Michael J. Fox onto the couch at Back to the Future panel convention, at a convention. Okay, and so he crashed. MJ, God uses in his signs to hint at the initials MJ, like Michael Jackson, Michael J. Fox, Michael Jordan, Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House. All of this because MJ in simple English gematria equals 23. Barack Obama is the basketball president who wore 23 in high school and was the 44th president. That's why he pairs 23 and 44. I forgot to mention that. So MJ crashed onto the couch, all right? And Fox, again, Fox hints at 666. And again, Simple Life was aired on Fox. And we have a connection from Michael J. Fox to the trailer for Encore, which is the follow-up show to The Simple Life, which was aired on Fox. It is 6 + 6 + 6 months. Now, going backwards from the crash and Michael J. Fox's crash, it is 6 times 6 times 6 weeks. After the Notre Dame Cathedral fire. Okay, so, and that's amazing because, again, all of this connects to Trump at the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris on December 7th. 5 days before his predicted death. Now, at the time of the fire, the Notre Dame Cathedral fire, which, by the way, was the fire of the roof, and it went for 9 hours. In the Bible, the number 9 symbolizes God's judgment. It is the most important number in God's signs, as from the Bible it symbolizes God's judgment. His true big picture of signs, that is, which is only being explained on this channel. And that's why the roof fire was 9 hours. Now, it was a roof fire because it is one of a number of church roof destruction signs that God has been using to communicate judgment warning for the church. Because the main theme of God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections is judgment warning for the church. Which is why, in my opinion, these predictions and the true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections is not being explained on other channels, is because this is really the only channel that I'm aware of that is communicating that the main theme of God's prophetic end time signs is judgment warning for the church. The reason for the roof symbolism is because the church age began with the disciples in the upper room on Pentecost, when tongues of fire came down. So that's why the church roof fire of the Notre Dame Cathedral that went 9 hours. Now, at the same time as the fire, coincidentally, Michelle Obama was in Paris, but not only that, she was on the river, because the cathedral is situated on a small island in the middle of the river. I know this because I handed out flyers inside the cathedral. Speaking of demonstrating a person's faith, I don't want to make this about me or in any way make myself to be anything special at all, but I want to just give you an example. It took a lot of courage to do that because, you're not allowed to do that, right? I went inside the cathedral to hand out the flyers that I hand out. That was back in 2018, not long actually, before, it was in 17 actually. But anyway, if you'd like the file for the flyer I hand out, in case you're thinking you're watching too many videos, because in the time you watch a video, you could potentially be helping hundreds of people with a flyer. Now is not the time, in my opinion, well, it's not just my opinion, it's like a fact. Now is not the time to be handing out the traditional evangelical tracts, which are largely based in error anyway. Now is the time to be warning people with the knowledge and information they need to know right now, which my flyer is chocked full of, and the flyer is designed in a way that gets people wanting to read it. You'll see what I mean. You can hand them out on busy street corners, on car windshields and busy parking lots, and in mailboxes. Also hand them out as you go about your day, in the supermarket and in the bank while you're waiting. And if you are shy, I have something to say. Get over it. Courage isn't a lack of fear, it's action in spite of it, and God wants us to be courageous for him. And you can get the file and then give it to your printer, and they'll print it for you. Okay, so, yeah. You'll be on fire for the Lord if you do something like that. If you take the flyer and go into enemy territory. And the Notre Dame Cathedral is enemy territory. I mean, the flyer talks about, one thing it talks about is Catholicism, for example, and the Pope. And so it is enemy territory. But not only that, you couldn't hand out my flyer in any church. So hand them out in your church. Or what I did once was hand them outside of my church, outside the doorway as people were leaving. Well, I wouldn't really call it my church, but the church that I attended while I was briefly living in Boston. Now, and that was before I learned what God had, from God's signs, before I learned all of what I learned, that I just explained earlier, right? About Nicolaitanism. Okay, so back to what I was saying here. The thing is that Michelle Obama was in Paris on the day of the fire, but she was actually affected by the fire because she was on a river cruise in the river in Paris, and it had to be diverted to a different route because of the fire. She was on this river boat cruise to promote her book, Becoming, her autobiography. Michelle will become the Queen of America after Harris's predicted plane crash and Trump's death. The Notre Dame Cathedral fire and her riverboat cruise in Paris was 3,666 days after she committed a faux pas, which is another word borrowed from the French language, and hugged the Queen of England. Okay? The famous faux pas she made, which I believe she did purposefully to get attention. She hugged the Queen. Now, although she does say that there's a story behind it. You know, the Queen had been suffering from her shoes, and so maybe I'll give her the benefit of the doubt, actually. Maybe she didn't do it on purpose. She just, in the moment, hugged the Queen. But she probably knew of the faux pas and said, oh, well, what the heck with it? I'm just going to hug the Queen anyway, you know, because she's Michelle Obama, you know. And so anyway, that's amazing. The faux pas connects with the Encore plane crash. That was amazing in itself. But now, today, it was learned that all of this connects with exactly 6 + 6 + 6 months to the Encore trailer. And the riverboat cruise, which is French, right? France, Paris, connects with the Encore plane crash with 6 times 6 times 6 weeks, which in turn connects with 6 + 6 + 6 months, if you can visualize that. And then also, we have another 666, and God repeats the number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. So this, if you will, hints at that. But this becoming book thing was 3,666 days after she hugged the Queen, and she will become the Queen of America. That's amazing, so amazing. Now, okay, because like I said, you know, it was already amazing enough, but now we have another encore, the Encore show, which, by the way, is why I knew to connect this. I knew immediately. Well, there's a show named Encore? Well, let's see if it connects to the Encore plane crash. And sure enough, it does, with exactly 6 + 6 + 6 months. It's absolutely astounding beyond words, right? In other words, this is God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections. The Hilton Richie show, Encore, premieres on December 12th, the date it is predicted that President Trump will die, be assassinated. It is a 3-part series, and this hints at the 3rd term for Barack Obama after Trump's death, because after he dies, Kamala Harris will be made the president-elect, and then she will die on December 24th in a plane crash, and she will be replaced then by Joe Biden with Michelle Obama, and Joe Biden will then step down, and she will become the president, and she will be made the temporary president as the Constitution calls for in such a situation when there is no president-elect. And she'll just supposedly be the temporary president until things can be figured out for a new election or something, which will never happen. Hilton and Richie are known for their made-up song, Sanasa. Okay, I don't get it. I didn't watch the show back in the day, but I've watched enough. I know enough now that they have this ridiculous thing where they're repeating this Sanasa song, Sanasa, something, you know, ridiculous, okay? And it's from the original series, but in the Encore show, they turn this song that they're known for into an opera, okay? So the opera is named Sanasa, and the name Sanasa is equal to 55 in Simple English Gematria. The original show went for 5 seasons and 55 episodes. The premiere of Encore will be the 13th superprime number of days, which is 179 days, until 5G 5th trumpet day, the symbolic beginning to the mass demonic possession that will be triggered by 5G frequencies and alluded to in the 5th trumpet in the book of Revelation. But the reason for the relevance of the 13th superprime number because, in other words, 179 is the 41st prime number, and 41 is the 13th prime number, because the mark of the Antichrist, which will facilitate or trigger all of this, mass demonic possession, is described in the 13th chapter of the book of Revelation, and from the Bible, the number 13 symbolizes the Antichrist. This 179 days is also 7 times 7% of a year, and Trump is a type for Joshua, who led the Israelites 7 times around the walls of security while 7 priests blew 7 trumpets, a 7 times 7, before the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment. And so that's why Trump will die. From the day Trump will die, it is 7 times 7% of a year, and the day of the premiere of the Encore, to the 5G 5th trumpet day. The trailer was released on the day of the shooting at the Hilton Hotel. 188 days inclusive, which is also 4,488 hours, which is at 44 and 88, before 5G 5th trumpet day. 4488 hours hints at the 44th president's encore presidency as the 48th president, right? 44 for, yeah. You know what? I'm not so sure about that, actually. It could be that. It could be nothing, or it could also be the 44th president and also the Trump, whose name is equal to 88 in simple English gematria, because this does connect from the date it is predicted that Trump will die. Well, anyway, let's just move on. I'm not too happy, not 100% happy about that. But the 13th superprime number is definitely relevant because that's what we are talking about with the 5G 5th trumpet day. Okay. Now, the shooting points to the parade that was stopped at the 5th Avenue and 55th Street. Hilton and Richie's show went for 5 seasons and 55 episodes. Okay, we mentioned that earlier. Okay, so I think this is done now. I think I've explained everything here with this connection between Paris Hilton, Nicole Richie, Lionel Richie, the show The Simple Life, We Are the World, the shooting at the Hilton Hotel near where the parade was stopped, near the Trump Tower, Trump's attendance at the opening of the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, the Encore plane crash, okay, and also the manhunt for the shooter and the manhunt for the shooter in Maine, the 23rd state, who injured 13 and killed 18, which is at Revelation 13:18, which regards the mark of the Antichrist, which is the SHOT. And that's why the person who was assassinated in the other manhunt that began the other day was the CEO of United Healthcare. Believe me, I know far better than you how the prediction made in this video was derived. And more importantly, I know far better than you why the righteous Christian God of the Bible has given me a voice through this prediction. If you are a quote-unquote Christian or Muslim, this prediction was not learned through a demon. Be warned that blaspheming the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin. If you are a New Ager or New Spirituality person, this prediction was not learned through somehow tapping into the supposed universal collective consciousness. If you are a conspiracy theorist, this prediction was not learned through figuring out a supposed code that the Illuminati and Satanists are using. This prediction was learned through the Bible and through watching carefully the Lord's prophetic signs, which Jesus commanded all Christians to do. Besides proving that Jesus Christ is the Lord, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that the controversial things that I am saying in the videos on this channel are the truth. Therefore, a wise person will want to watch all of the videos on this channel. What I will also do is create a video or two that summarizes some of the controversial things that the Lord will prove to be true when the prediction being made in this video comes to pass. I will leave links to these must-watch videos in the description box below this video. Again, the purpose of this prediction, that is from God, is to prove these things that I will talk about. And therefore, it would be foolish to not watch the videos that I will leave links for in the description box below this video. All right, there's even more to this story. It's very important. So, one thing to add to, though, before I explain something else, is that the airplane, the Encore airplane, was a Cessna 560. It was a Cessna 560, citation V. The Cessna 560, this 560, if you recall, was the equivalent in gematria of the name of the CEO of United Healthcare. And again, the two events, the Encore plane crash, the Cessna 560, and the death of the man whose name equals 560, is separated by exactly 6 + 6 + 6 months. Now, Paris Hilton was testified in Congress this year. So she was in the news for another reason this year, recently. Again, her new show, also her new album, which I mentioned earlier. But she testified in Congress, and this is actually amazing because of the context here regarding this symbolism for the show, The Simple Life. As I explained, the premise of the show hints at the coming persecution of God's people who refuse to take the mark, and it communicates the use of the internet and phones and bank accounts to restrict the ability to buy and sell food, as I explained. Now, what also is coming, though, as alluded to in Bible prophecy, with these people that refuse to cooperate, or rather comply with the authoritarians, is a mass concentration camps. So the headline here for this story, Paris Hilton says she was dragged, stripped, and drugged in teen facilities. So Paris Hilton testified in Congress regarding her time for 2 years as a teen, from her age 16 to 18. Her parents were dealing with her, rebelliousness, and they signed her up for a troubled teen boarding school, which Congress is now looking at this industry, and she's come out to tell her story regarding how the teens are abused, and the whole industry, much of it is a scam. It's a lie. They're abused. They don't get taught anything. They go through trauma. Why don't I just read a couple of things she said? They're force-fed medications and sexually abused by the staff. Okay, it's for profit, and for supposedly troubled teens. So she was at 4 different residential institutions for troubled teens, and she had this experience, as do others, and no one knows the harms that they are doing because it's all, no one believes the teens, I guess. When I was 16 years old, I was ripped from my bed in the middle of the night and transported across state lines to the first of 4 youth residential treatment facilities she described. These programs promised healing, growth, and support, but instead did not allow me to speak, move freely, or even look out a window for 2 years. Sounds like prison. Hilton said she was violently restrained, dragged down hallways, stripped naked, and thrown into solitary confinement while in care. Sounds like what happened in Australia, for example, during the CVD disease. People that hadn't committed crimes, and in China, people that hadn't committed crimes being dragged away and abused and mistreated and put into solitary confinement, losing their rights, and being persecuted and being assaulted, etc. Now, she was taken without her permission. She had committed no crime. Her parents did this to her, but they didn't know what was really the truth about these institutions. Well, that will be the case in society. The outside people will not know the truth about the people that are brainwashed and hypnotized by the totalitarian regime will not know what is going on and will not really care because their enemies will be the ones that are dragged away. And so that's what's going to happen. So in other words, the big picture here is that God is using this experience of Paris Hilton to communicate what is coming for God's people. Not only is it about the show, the premise of the show, where they give up their phones and their bank accounts and live a simple life, but God is also communicating Paris Hilton's experience from when she was 16 to 18. Now, it's because she was 16 to 18 because 16 is 4 times 4. The Antichrist is the 44th president, and 18 is 6 plus 6 plus 6. What confirms all of this, and that's what's needed in God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, is a connection that's indisputable because it involves second witnesses that confirm the matter. The day she testified, in other words, you would figure would connect with a connection that's relevant to confirm all of this, and it does. When her testimony about how she was dragged in the middle of the night when she was 16, 4 times 4, is exactly 23 weeks. And I mentioned earlier, God pairs 23 and 44 to confirm the signs and connections. This is exactly 23 weeks, which incidentally is exactly 44% of a calendar year, to the shooting at the Hilton Hotel, which, as I've explained, points to Paris Hilton. That's amazing. That's amazing confirmation. We have the confirmations on each end of the connection. The 23 weeks and 44% of a year connect from her testimony when she was 4 times 4 years old, and connect to with 23 and 44% of a year. And in turn, and by the way, that's all, and connect to the date of the release of her trailer for Encore, which is about the simple life, which is about what we are talking about with this persecution of those who refuse the mark and are the enemies, the political enemies of the left, the true conservatives and Christians that will be dragged away and into these internment camps. Now, I said that it connects on both sides. The 23 weeks and 44% of a year is confirmed on each end of the connection. That is because the date of the release of the trailer for Encore and the shooting at the Hilton Hotel connects with 4 plus 4 days to the date it is predicted that Trump will die. 4 plus 4 days, since at 44. The 23 weeks, in other words, is followed by 4 plus 4 days. This is amazing beyond words. Do I need to go into this anymore? Violently restrained, dragged down hallways, stripped naked, not being allowed to look out a window for 2 years, all in the name of supposed good for society, the good of these teens, right? It's exactly what's going to happen. Parent-approved kidnapping. This will be society-approved kidnapping. What's coming? Okay. Some of the children die. There will be people that will die in these internment camps. Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act is the name of the act that Paris Hilton was at Congress to testify in regards to. Okay. And the supposed boarding school that she went to, that she talks about, is in the 45th state. And this is all, again, it's 23 weeks from her testimony, and then 4 plus 4 days, which is a pairing of 44 and 23, to the date of the predicted death of the 45th president. Oh, that's so amazing too. There you go. And okay, that's amazing beyond words too. Yeah. And again, that'll be 5 days after Trump's death will be 5 days after Trump was in Paris. Yes. This is an amazing thing. Oh, the industry receives $23 billion. More astounding confirmation. The American troubled teen industry reportedly receives $23 billion. Her testimony connects with exactly 23 weeks. That's amazing. Okay. Yeah, ultimately, the freedoms of these people will be stripped, and that's why God used Paris Hilton. It's as I'm saying, not just about the show The Simple Life, which was explained in the first part of this video, but this end part of this video is very important. Paris Hilton was in Congress this year testifying on this very important related matter. Okay, a couple quick more things here because of this theme that was touched upon in this video regarding the reason for the end times and the Antichrist, which is for the testing of faith of quote-unquote Christians and judgment for the church. As Peter said, judgment begins with the church. This is the date here that Trump will be in Paris in attendance at the opening of the Notre Dame Cathedral, which again was a massive prophetic sign that was warning of judgment for the church, as I explained earlier in this video. Again, the Antichrist is the basketball president who wore 23, and this is why this date will be 23 or 23rd prime number of years after Pearl Harbor Day, which was when 2,300 military service personnel died in the bombing in Pearl Harbor. This is at Revelation 12:7, when war broke out in heaven. War broke out, World War II broke out, America entered the war, war broke out on 12:7 in 1941. And in Revelation 12:7, war broke out in heaven, and Satan and his angels, the dragon, were thrown down to earth. This is symbolic of the beginning of the end times. And so that's why Trump will be at the church, at the place of massive warning of judgment for the church on this day that hints at Revelation 12:7, when the dragon is thrown down from heaven to earth and then persecutes the church, as is described in Revelation 7, after the dragon falls to earth. Okay, we have this connection here too. This was the Feast of Trumpets in 2021, and there's so much to this. It's explained in another video. I'm just going to have to, at this late hour, go from memory, and so there'll be things that will be lacking in this explanation. But I'll do my best. This was the day of the 7.0 earthquake in Mexico on the other side of the border wall of security, and the walls of security of Jericho collapsed due to an earthquake, and Trump is a type for Joshua, who led the Israelites around the walls of security before the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment after the Israelites blew trumpets, and then the earthquake caused the collapse of the walls of security. This is why earthquakes in Mexico are symbolic of the earthquake that collapsed the walls of security of Jericho. Trump's election campaign and presidency were synonymous with his border wall of security, and when he left office, the wall of security collapsed in God's judgment. Now, also on this, so that was the 7.0, and Joshua led the Israelites around the walls of security once per day for 7 days. And then on the seventh day, they marched around 7 times while blowing 7 trumpets. And this was the 7th of the month. This was the Feast of Trumpets, the 7.0 earthquake in Mexico on the other side of the border wall of security, on the same day that the Mexico Supreme Court ruled to legalize abortions. Okay, and this is 39 months exactly, which ends at 3 9s. The number 9 is the most important number, as from the Bible it symbolizes God's judgment. It is also 13 plus 13 plus 13, and God emphasizes a number by repeating it 3 times. Its symbolic meaning, and the number 13 is symbolic of America, founded on 13 colonies, and also is symbolic of the Antichrist. The Antichrist in the Bible is symbolized by the number 13. Nimrod, a type for the Antichrist, was the 13th generation from Adam. Haman, another type for the Antichrist, was persecuted God's people on the 13th days of the month, and the 2 Antichrists are described in Revelation chapter 13. Now, what all confirms this is a massive warning for the church is the prophetic sign that occurred in Liberty, Missouri, as in church losing its liberty, God's people losing liberty, persecution. And that was the day that the grapes were stolen from the church's vineyard. And that's prophetic in the Bible. The Lord will return like a thief. The grapes were stolen in the middle of the night, $1,500 worth of grapes, and the grapes were to be used for the church's communion. And also, this day was 666 days after the stock market sign, in which the Dow Jones closed unchanged from the previous day's close to 6 decimal places. That's unheard of. That's why it was 666 days after that. It communicated that the church is unchanged. That was the day that the Dow closed unchanged for the first time. The first time it did so was 101 days after. I'm forgetting all the details. So we'll just leave it at that. That's quite something. So, and the closing number communicated the G equivalent in the concordance for the word unchanged. Okay, it's amazing. I think it's 971 if I recall, or I forget the number. So okay, but you get the idea, right? You can watch the other videos to find that, or take my word for it. It closed unchanged within 6 decimal places, and it pointed to the word for unchanged. It's amazing. It was for the church. The fireball flew over on the same day. The Gateway Arch in St. Louis, in the Bible, a judgment on a people symbolically begins at the gate. Okay, so now Trump will be on this day, or is on this day, because today is this day, in Paris to attend the opening of the Notre Dame Cathedral. And this will be exactly 604 months after Philip Petit walked across the Twin Towers. This is relevant because before Philip Petit from France evaded security at the Twin Towers, exactly 70 weeks after they officially opened, he walked across the 2 towers that face the front of the Notre Dame Cathedral. Okay? And the Notre Dame Cathedral is known for its facade of kings. Trump is part of this king's prophecy that's explained in the Jimmy Carter videos. That is just an allusion to the prophecy in Revelation 17 regarding the series of 7 kings. Well, in or on the facade of the Notre Dame Cathedral, the famous thing is the facade of kings lined up these series of Jewish or ancient Israel kings. All right. Also, the Notre Dame Cathedral houses the crown of thorns. I do believe that it is actually the real crown of thorns. There's evidence to support this. And you would figure that the actual crown of thorns would be preserved somewhere for the millennial kingdom for people to look at and for it to be a testament. Just like the nails have been found and other things as well. The boat that the disciples fished in and all that was found. I believe that's the boat. Anyway, it is the crown of thorns, and it's housed at the Notre Dame Cathedral. So this is an extremely important place, and it's the facade of kings, and that's why Trump is in there, because he is not only part of this prophecy of the 7 kings in Revelation 17, but he is also a type for King Jehu and King Cyrus in the Bible. That's explained in other videos. So anyway, Philip Petit walked across the Twin Towers exactly 70 weeks after they officially opened on the date 44, because the 44th president is the Antichrist. And the most central prophecy in the Bible that regards the timing of the Antichrist is the 70 weeks prophecy. But it is also a prophecy regarding the timing of the first coming of the Lord. And that's why Philip Petit, who walked a tightrope with a balancing pole and him a man at the center, engendered a cross at the beginning of the Twin Towers. And after the towers collapsed, there was the perfectly proportioned 20-foot steel beam cross that was standing upright in the debris field. Today is in the 9/11 museum, and it is one of the things that brought me to faith personally. And so at the beginning and the end of the Twin Towers was a cross. And this exact 604 months hints at the number 64, which is 4 times 4 times 4. Jesus equals 444 in English gematria. It also hints at the 44th president, the Antichrist. Okay, again, I explained earlier how this day is 5 days to the date it is predicted that Trump will die. It's actually 2 plus 3 days also, and that pairs with the 44 here. And okay, well, the day of the Notre Dame fire, Philip Petit, because his name is Petit because a chromosome is made of 2 arms. Chromosomes are what are changed with the mark of the Antichrist, and chromosomes have 2 arms. One of them, in the scientific terminology, is named Petit. And so that's why Philip Petit walked across the Twin Towers, because the Twin Towers are actually symbolism for the 2 arms of a chromosome that are altered with the mark of the Antichrist. And that is why the 2 towers were replaced with the One World Tower, which is a spitting image of a thing. Look at it again. It is a thing that is used to put the mark of the Antichrist inside of people. People are marked when their chromosomes are changed, and that's why the man who walked across the Twin Towers exactly 70 weeks after they opened is Philip Petit. It's amazing. And Philip Petit, though, he walked across the Notre Dame towers. That's amazing. That's why Trump is at the towers. And on 9/11, Trump trumpeted to Channel 9 News that his tower had become the tallest tower in Lower Manhattan on Wall Street. Well, anyway. So the day of the Notre Dame fire, though, and the day that Michelle Obama was on the river cruise promoting her becoming autobiography, and she will become the president after Trump's death, this connection is 2,063 days to Trump at the Notre Dame Cathedral and the fire at the Notre Dame Cathedral and in the middle of the river where Michelle Obama was on a riverboat. 2,063 because it hints at 263, which is the 64th superprime number. But it is also the 311th prime number, and that hints at the G131 in Strong's Greek Concordance. God uses combinations of 3 and 11 to hint at G131, which is the word that means blood disease. It also hints at Joe Biden. The 11th son of the 3rd patriarch was Joseph in the Bible, Joseph Biden. Okay, and 64 again is 4 times 4 times 4, which hints at the 44th president and Jesus. Okay, and so that this 4 times 4 times 4 is a hint at 44, which pairs with this 23rd prime number connection. and also this 2 + 3 days connection to Trump's death. So there you have it. This is amazing. All right, there's a few more things here that I've realized that need to be discussed. So Trump was in attendance at this international gala, if you will, of world leaders, dignitaries attending the reopening of the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris on December 7th. The news story, the story about this is how it was astonishing how the cathedral was repaired within 5 years. It took a couple of hundred years to build, but it was restored in 5 years. The ambitious effort led by Macron, who is also an Antichrist symbol. He's a figure. He is one of the 10 kings. He's not the Antichrist. There's many people that mistakenly believe that. The name Macron, yes, does hint at Mark. That's what it means. The name Macron is a word, is a name that means Mark, but he isn't the Antichrist. That said, Macron met the Antichrist, Pope Francis. Well, anyway, let's. So this is a little bit complicated, and if you're new, you're not going to understand this. But I'll just say that the Pope met the Antichrist, or rather, Macron visited the Pope in an unusually long meeting, closed meeting, and a meeting that Macron was excited about because of his recent rediscovery of his faith or whatever, Catholicism. And so it was a closed meeting. It was, the story about that meeting was how it was unusually long, and it was exactly 2,300 days before the Day of Atonement in 2024. Now, what does that mean for you? It means a lot in terms of God's big picture of signs, but that takes so much to explain because it's symbolism, and the Day of Atonement in 2024 was an important step. It was an important marker of the end of the 7 years of prophetic signs, followed by the symbolic 8th year, and the symbolic 8th year isn't actually only 1 year, it's 2 years. Anyway, I got to make a video explaining this all more clearly. But the reason for the significance of the 2,300 days is confirmation that Macron is an end times player. He is one of the 10 kings that submit to the Antichrist system and Rome in the end. Okay, so the reason why 2,300 days is because this is the number of days that is associated with the Antichrist, described in Daniel, the book of Daniel, chapter 8. Okay. So this was Macron's big night here. I guess it was worthwhile to go into that. This was Macron's big night. Oh, and by the way, there's more connections with Macron's meeting of the Pope, and it's in another video that I made like years ago, like a few years ago. So I just can't remember everything, especially that long ago. I can't even remember what happened last week because there's just a bombardment of prophetic information every single day these days, right? And so anyway, Macron, it was his big night, and there were leaders, including Trump, God's trumpet. From what I just read, the event could not take place outside. It was supposed to begin outside of the cathedral, but because of what the media called howling winds, the whole entire event was moved inside. The howling winds is an act of God, and it's a follow-up to how the fire in the first place was judgment. On the note of the fire, the media and the authorities are still playing the lying game regarding the cause of the fire. They still say it's a mystery as to what the cause of the fire is, but that's completely not malarkey, an evil lie. There is footage of a perpetrator on the roof of the fire just prior to the fire, doing suspicious activity on the roof of the cathedral. Not only that, at that time, there had been a spate of cathedrals in France being burned by radical Muslims. Naturally, if the media and the authorities were to say that Islam was responsible, because there isn't a distinction between peaceful Islam and radical Islam. The true Islam is Islamofascism. That is Islam. Okay? But like the vast majority of Catholics, Muslims don't know their own religion. They don't know their own book. Okay? It's the same thing with Muslims. Like Catholics, they don't know their own book. And so anyway, true Islam is the Islam that burned down the cathedrals. The other ones that preceded just prior to the burning of the Notre Dame Cathedral. Obviously, that was what the cause of the fire was. But the left is still playing the game of political correctness and fearing of, France has good reason to be afraid of coming out with the truth because their nation has been invaded by Islam. And they cannot have a civil war, but that's inevitable. Well, it's not inevitable, actually, because the Lord is returning in 2 years. But were the Lord not to return in 2 years, either France would become Islamic, or there would be a civil war. Okay. So back to the cathedral. The story yesterday, when I first started making this video, it was yesterday, now it's the day after, and I'm reading about what happened. And the main thing about the story is the miraculous rebuilding in 5 years and Trump's attendance. And that is because, or rather I should say, Trump's return to the international stage. That's in itself a hint at the return of Lord Jesus Christ, but also the return of the Antichrist, Barack Obama, to the presidency and the international stage, if you will. That's the return significance. Trump returned to the international stage. Furthermore, he met with, the prince. In the Bible, prince is not a reference to the son of a king. It's actually, the meaning of the word is a ruler. Anyway, he met with the Prince of England who, So Prince William and anyway, so the meeting is symbolic. It's symbolic of the Antichrist king, okay? Now again, the Notre Dame Cathedral is known for its facade of kings. And as I have explained or touched upon earlier, which is explained in the Carter videos, Trump is part of this parallel with the prophecy in the book of Revelation, chapter 17, regarding a series of 7 kings, but also the prophecy is about the 5th through 8th kings. Part of that prophecy is the 7th king, okay? And so the parallel began with Jimmy Carter, whose inauguration was in 77, and then Trump is the 7th president in this parallel, which parallels this king's symbolism, and that's why Trump was also inaugurated in a year ending in 7, and at the time on his inauguration day was 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. Okay, and 77 days later, he launched 59 missiles into the Middle East, where Israel is, and 59 is the 7th super prime number. Well, okay, so Trump is the 7th king, but the prophecy is also about a 5th through 8th king, the 5th through 8th kings. That's why on November 8th, exactly 2 times 3 years, what am I saying? Exactly 4 plus 4 years, which hints at the 44th president, after his election. Okay, so Trump was elected on the date 11:8, which hints at 11 times 8 equals 88, and the word trump in English, simple English gematria, is equal to 88, and trump in archaic English means trumpet or the sounding of a trumpet. Well, God trumpeted Trump on his election day on the date 11:8, which hints at 11 times 8 equals 88, but also 4 plus 4 years exactly after that was the first ringing of the bells at the Notre Dame Cathedral in a test that was conducted for the purpose of its reopening a month later on December 7th, what we were talking about. Okay, and on the test of the bells, it was 8 bells that rang for 5 minutes. That is a prophetic sign that hints at the 5th through 8th kings. And this occurred at the Notre Dame Cathedral, known for its facade of kings. What I should do is actually put a picture of the facade of kings here. Okay, so here's an image of the facade of kings. It stretches across the front of the Notre Dame Cathedral. This depiction of the ancient kings of Israel. All right, now, I just learned something. It never ends. God is infinite, and so is his prophetic signs, it seems. And so the facade of kings in the French Revolution was vandalized in the mistaken belief that the kings in the facade of kings were associated with the kings of France. And from what I gather, there was the 21 of these statues were, I guess, rescued and hidden away, and then had been, I guess, forgotten about, and then were rediscovered when renovations were made on a residential townhouse. So anyway, 21 of these statues of these kings, 21 kings were discovered in 1977. That's amazing. That's so amazing because of what I just said. Because as I am saying, this is symbolism for this series of 7 kings in Revelation, in the book of Revelation, and this the secondary fulfillment of this prophecy, because the primary fulfillment of the prophecy points to Pope Francis. That's a story I'm not going to get into in this video, but the secondary fulfillment of it is this series of presidents that symbolize kings that began with President Carter's inauguration in 1977. Well, this was the year that the 21 king statues were discovered, 1977. And what is 21? It is 7 plus 7 plus 7. God repeats a number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. But more than that, also Trump, a type for Joshua, who encountered the King of Kings before they took Jericho, enacted a symbolic 3 sets of 7 before the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment. So Trump is the fulfillment of this facade of kings prophecy. That's why the bells rang for 5 minutes, 5 years after the cathedral blew up in flames, exactly 4 plus 4 years after he was elected. Which in turn was 4 plus 4 years after the 44th president was elected. And the 44th president is the 8th king in this parallel, the 4 plus 4th king, the Antichrist. And Trump is predicted to die 5 days after the reopening of the cathedral that took a miraculous 5 years to rebuild. And this was less than a month after the first test of the ringing of the bells for 5 minutes. And the ringing of the bells for 5 minutes was on the 4+4th anniversary of Trump's election. And Trump is predicted to die 5 days after he attended the Notre Dame Cathedral. Him being the 7th king in the chronology of the 7 kings in the prophecy. That's why 21 kings, 7 plus 7 plus 7, that were discovered in 77. It hints at Trump, the 7th president, who is to die 5 days after his attendance at the Notre Dame Cathedral. And please make sure you take away the most important thing regarding this. This is because this is a prophetic sign communicating judgment on the church. Trump is trumpeting judgment on the church. The persecution from the Antichrist, the rise of the Antichrist, is because it is judgment on the church, that which God is very, very displeased with. And not only the other churches, not just Catholicism, if you are an evangelical or a Protestant, or if you are an evangelical, not just the so-called liberal churches that you disparage, not just the Jehovah's Witnesses. It is time to look in the mirror, which was one of the prophetic signs God communicated involving Dallas, for example, which I explained in other videos, which was exactly 9 months after the blood moon lunar eclipse over America in January of 2019. And on that 9-month anniversary, 9 tornadoes touched down after 9 p.m. in Dallas during a Sunday night football game in which Dallas played Philadelphia in order to contrast the Church of Philadelphia against the Church of Laodicea, the Church of Dallas, the Church of the American Evangelical Church. 9 months exactly after the blood moon lunar eclipse, 9 tornadoes touched down after 9 p.m. during the game in Dallas, and one of the tornadoes touched down on 9th Street and destroyed half of an evangelical church, because God is displeased with, symbolically, half of the church. And this is the evangelical church. And it is for the reasons that I mentioned earlier, or explained earlier in this video. Make sure you watch the 23 church signs video on this channel. But take away the most important thing, and that is that Trump will die 5 days after he was at the cathedral, because it is judgment for the church. And no, it's not just the Catholic Church. God reproves whom he loves, as he says to the Church of Laodicea, which is the American Evangelical Church that thinks it is in need of nothing, and therefore God wants, or Jesus wants to vomit it out of its mouth, them, and is knocking at the door. Evangelicals mistakenly, because of their doctrine, mistakenly interpret that verse and use it in their evangelism of non-believers. But Jesus is clearly saying that he is not in their church and he is outside knocking at the door. Jesus isn't in these churches led by the Nicolaitans. Okay, so it's amazing. Anyway, the church rang as a test 8 of its bells for 5 minutes. That's a clear hint at the 5th through 8th king's prophecy. All right. Much more is said about the 5th through 8th king's prophecy in the Carter videos. One last thing too. The Notre Dame Cathedral fire was known for how the rooster at the top of the the spire, I think is what you would call it, fell. It fell from the height. The word Bama means high place. Jesus said in Luke 10:18 that he saw Satan falling like lightning from heaven. And the name Barack Obama means lightning from heaven. Barak means lightning in Hebrew. Bama means high place, which in the Bible is a metaphor for heaven, as for example, it is said that Lucifer fell from the high place. And also, the high place is a euphemism in the Bible for the false religious worship that the Jews would conduct on the tops of mountains. In the language Jesus would have spoken, Aramaic, the word from is O. And so Barack Obama means lightning from heaven. Either Jesus didn't know what he was saying when he said this, or he knew that there would be a famous president named Barack Obama and said this anyway, knowing that it would confuse us, or he was revealing the identity of the Antichrist. Obviously, the latter option is the only one that makes any sense. Now, the rooster fell from the high place. Back when this happened, let's get to the rooster picture, actually. This is the rooster that fell after the fire. The rooster fell dramatically. If you recall the images of the burning fire, when the spire, whatever you call it, the steeple collapsed, that was a dramatic moment. Seminal moment, if you will, in the prophetic sign. And that event was all about the rooster falling. Okay? And so the rooster fell from the high place. Now, and in this massive sign that was a warning of judgment for the church. That was caused by the cause of the fire, by the spiritual enemy of Christianity, Islam. I mean, Islam is, to understand it correctly, is to appreciate that the religion was designed by Satan to counter Christianity. That's the truth, and that's why Islam is obsessed, literally, with how Jesus is just a prophet. I mean, that's the whole religion. The religion is basically Jesus is just a prophet. That's the religion. It was designed by Satan to counter Christianity. Anyway, that's why this spirit of Antichrist, which is also in Islam as well as on the left, that's why, by the way, the unusual alliance between the left and Islam, even though they're opposed in many ways, they are teammates in the bigger cause, which is Antichrist. And so, anyway, this fire caused the rooster to fall from the high place. By the way, Obama himself contains this symbolism because he grew up for 4 years. The 44th president grew up for 4 years in Indonesia. When his mother moved to Indonesia with her husband while they were in an Islamic cult. That's not a conspiracy theory, that's a fact. You can find that on the internet. And so you can find the evidence for that, in what I mean. And anyway, Obama has in interviews made gaffes where he mentioned his faith as being his Muslim faith. And the interviewer had to correct him. No, you mean your Christian faith. Oh, yes, I mean my Christian faith. He's on the record. There's a famous interview where this is the case with Tom Brokaw, for example. Okay? So anyway, but also Obama is a communist. And so that's the classic alliance between communism, the left, and radical Islam, right? Anyway, so Obama encapsulates that. And so we have this, we have this fire caused by radical Islam and the rooster falling. Now, the rooster, this sign back in 2019 was when it was first revealed, when I first learned from the signs that the number 220 is important. Okay, and that's because G220 is the word for rooster. Now, Peter, the rooster symbolizes Peter. So the reason why the roosters are on top of Catholic cathedrals and churches is because they claim to be the Pope's claim. The religion claims that the popes are descendants of Peter, which is not true, of course. Peter was never in Rome. He referred to Rome in his writings as Babylon, and because it is, Babylon being symbolism for pagan religion, and Roman Catholicism is pagan religion wrapped in a wrapper that makes it appear like Christianity, but it is in fact Babylonian pagan religion, worship of the fertility goddess, etc. And anyway, so this symbol of a rooster symbolizes Peter, because Jesus said to Peter in the gospel accounts that, in the Gospel of Mark, for example, that the rooster would not crow twice before Peter would deny him 3 times. Okay, so this is why the rooster symbolizes Peter. Now, Peter, the name Peter, Jesus gave to Peter, who was previously named Simon, after Peter answered Jesus' question. Now, so the question that Jesus asked the disciples is, who do they think he is? And Peter was the first to state out loud that Jesus is the Christ. And then Jesus responded to Peter, telling him, Peter, you are Simon, and on this truth, Simon, you are Peter, and on this truth, I will build on this rock of truth, I will build my church. Okay? So Jesus says to Peter, and this is in Matthew 16:18. Jesus says to Simon, Simon, you are Peter, and on this rock of truth, I will build my church. All right? Peter is the Greek masculine word for rock, Petros, which means a rock or a stone. Then in the next sentence, Jesus used, or the scripture has, a different feminine version of the word rock for when Jesus said, on this rock of truth, I will build my church. On this rock, I will build my church. Actually, Jesus says, on this rock, I will build my church, referring to the truth that Peter had just said, not to Peter. So the word rock in that instance is Petra, which means bedrock, not a rock or a stone. And it is bedrock that a structure is built upon, right? You don't build your structure, your house, as Jesus explained in Matthew chapter 7. You don't build it on anything other than the rock. You don't build it on the sand, as is explained in the parable in Matthew chapter 7. So, in other words, we already even have a precedent in the Gospel of Matthew regarding this meaning of building a structure or a church, a house, on bedrock, okay? But that's the feminine word for rock in Greek. Petros is the masculine, which is the word for the name Peter. Okay? And so the Catholics use this one verse, because the Catholics interpret this verse as meaning that Jesus said that he would build his church on Peter, a man, which is blasphemy. Okay, Jesus, and so that's, and this is critical to the Catholic religion. The entire religion hinges upon this one verse. When this one verse is disproved, although it's impossible to disprove Catholicism to a Catholic, unless, well, I was that was hyperbole, okay? Lord willing, a Catholic will change their mind, and it is possible, of course, but it takes a miracle. But anyway, theoretically, their entire religion is disproved when you disprove this verse, because the Catholic religion claims to have the authority to have all of this man-made religion on top of the Bible. I mean, even Catholic priests barely know the Bible, but they are well-versed in the Catholic traditions and religion that is on top of the Bible. All right? So they claim that they have the authority to have all of this man-made stuff on top of the Bible based on this one verse, which they claim gives them the authority to do that, which they claim is that Jesus gave this authority to build upon the church with Peter, and they claim that popes are descended from Peter, which they aren't, but besides that, their interpretation of the verse is wrong. Okay, because Jesus never said that he was going to build his church on Peter. That's ridiculous. It's not only ridiculous, it's blasphemy. Okay, Jesus said he was going to build his church on the bedrock. Okay? And he was referring to the rock of truth that Peter had just stated, which is that he is the Christ. In other words, Jesus said he was going to build his church on the truth that Peter had just stated, which is that he is the Christ. That's his new church, that he is the Christ. Okay? Okay, so back to what I was saying and bringing this all together with the Notre Dame Cathedral sign and the falling of the rooster. The rooster symbolizes Peter, which is symbolism for rock, which in the Bible is symbolism for Jesus. Okay, now, the test is whether or not someone will deny Jesus, just like Peter denied Jesus 3 times before the rooster crowed twice. But it's actually said in this order. It is said in the Gospel of Mark that the rooster would not crow twice before Peter would deny him 3 times. That's a hint at 23, which is why the basketball president and the Antichrist wore jersey number 23 in high school. It's symbolism for denying Jesus, following the Antichrist. I should say following the Antichrist is tantamount to denying Jesus. Or I should say taking the mark of the Antichrist is tantamount to denying Jesus. Or I should say taking the SHOT is tantamount to denying Jesus. Also, incidentally, 2 divided by 3 is equal to 0.666. That's why the rooster would not crow twice before Peter would deny him 3 times. Now, the significance of the number 220 is amazing, and I'll say one thing too regarding a confirmation for this significance of the number 220. It was the 220-pound rock, or it was a 220-pound rock that fell from the western wall on the 9th of Av, the prophetic date in the Hebrew calendar that commemorates the falling of the walls of the temple. In 2018, on the 9th of Av, a 220-pound rock fell from the western wall. The date that Jews go to the wall to worship. Fortunately, it was really early in the morning, and it was in the Gentile worship area of the wall, and so no one was injured. But the fact that it hit the steps at the Gentile area of the wall was symbolism for the rock that smashes the feet of the Gentile statue in Daniel chapter 2. The prophecy in Daniel chapter 2, where the rock is symbolic of Jesus smashing the Antichrist empire. So, okay, I'm not going to get into that prophecy, but this ends the times of the Gentiles, which is why the 220-pound rock, which again, 220 equals rooster equals Peter equals rock equals Jesus. The 220-pound rock smashed the steps of the Gentile area on the 9th of Av, the date that commemorates the stones falling of the temple wall and the mount. Okay. So, one other thing too, that was the same day that the duck boat that was swamped and sank in Table Rock Lake in Missouri was lifted from the bottom of the lake that has a maximum depth of 220 feet. Table Rock Lake has a maximum depth of 220 feet. I should say Table Rock Lake has a maximum depth of 220 feet. And as I am saying, the number 220 is symbolic of rock because of Peter and the rooster. And the raising of the duck boat, which is symbolic of Noah's Ark, they looked like little arks, the duck boats, the raising of it was symbolic of the resurrection of Christ. And that happened on the same day that the 220-pound rock fell from the western wall. Now, when the duck boat sank 3.5 days earlier, literally, that's why it was symbolic of the resurrection, because the duck boat sank and the people died 3.5 days earlier. And of course, Jesus was resurrected after 3.5 days. The duck boat sank 3.5 days earlier, and it was 17 deaths, 9 from the same family. Well, 9 times 17 is 153, and this is the number of fish that were miraculously caught in the net in Jesus' last miracle, which was symbolism for the end of the age of fishing for men. And so this duck boat was fished out of the water, and it had the number 153 embedded in it. And also, 9 times 17, or rather 9 and 17, identify the Antichrist, who was president from 09 until 17. All right, now, this rooster fell, okay, so it's symbolism of, it's a judgment sign, right? It fell, and it's symbolic of Jesus. In other words, Jesus isn't in the picture of the church. But again, this isn't the Catholic Church just because it's the Notre Dame Cathedral. God has gone way out of his way to demonstrate this with Michelle Obama, and now, as I'm explaining, for example, Donald Trump. This is an American church judgment sign. God is primarily focused on the American church because America is God's nation, his special chosen nation. Okay? And so, now, the 220, the rooster fell, and G220 in the Greek concordance is the word rooster. So 220 is associated with this rooster falling. Well, it fell from the Notre Dame Cathedral, and as I explained, the Notre Dame Cathedral has 2 towers upon which Philip Petit walked across a tightrope, and Philip Petit, after that, was inspired to walk across the Twin Towers. So he evaded security and walked across the Twin Towers exactly 70 weeks after they first opened. And 70 weeks is the most central prophecy in the Bible that gives the account of the timing of the arrival of the Christ. And 220 hints at Christ through what I have explained. Well, the Twin Towers were each 110 stories. 2 towers that are 110 stories that Philip Petit walked across gives us a total of 220 stories. That's the connection here. So trumpet in the Notre Dame Cathedral, after the reconstruction of it, after the rooster fell, points to the collapse of the 2 towers that were 110 stories on 9/11. the day on which Trumpet called into Channel 9 News and trumpeted inadvertently that his tower on Wall Street had become the tallest tower in Lower Manhattan. The towers, when they collapsed, they cracked the foundation of Federal Hall on Wall Street, which was symbolism for the foundation of America being cracked, which is God, because Federal Hall is where the first president was inaugurated, George Washington, at the founding of the nation, as in the foundation of Federal Hall being cracked by the 220 stories. Not only this, though, the number 110 is symbolic of Jesus' first coming, when he officially arrived into Jerusalem in his triumphal entry on the date 110 in the Hebrew calendar. Nisan 10, 110. That's why his second coming is symbolized by 2 times the date 110. Or if you will, 2 times 110 and 220. In other words, the number 220 is symbolism for the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ, when the rock will smash the feet of the statue, which is why the 220-pound rock smashed the steps in the Gentile worship area on the 9th of Av. Which is why, by the way, Wall Street was named after the 9-foot-high wall of security that the Dutch built to keep the British and the Indians out. And why Trump trumpeted to Channel 9 News after the towers collapsed, as in the walls of security of Jericho collapsing, after Joshua, who led them, and Joshua in the Bible died at the age of 110. Trump is a type for Joshua. Trump is trumpeting the second coming of Joshua, which, by the way, is the anglicized name of Jesus. Yeshua was anglicized into Joshua. The name Joshua is, in fact, Jesus. There's a book in the Bible named Jesus, in other words. And Trump is a type for the person Joshua who encountered the Lord on the way to taking the Promised Land and Jericho before the walls of security collapsed after the Israelites blew trumpets. So I think I've explained this rooster now and how important this is. Now, this diagram here is explained in another video. It's the video that must be watched. It's an amazing video. You'll have to go back into the catalog and find it because it has these steps. And so it's not updated. Okay, so the way, as you know, if you've watched any other videos on this channel, it works, is that the Lord is demonstrating these steps in trails of signs. Okay, and it's not possible to know usually in advance whether or not the date will be the actual date of the event that God is pointing to, for example, the death of Trump, or it will be a step in the trail. For example, right here, this was predicted to be the day that Trump would die right here, right? But we had the relevant prophetic signs on this date that confirmed all of the analysis. And just off the top of my head, it was the day of Netanyahu declaring that the security perimeter around Gaza City had been breached and the IDF was inside Gaza. That's symbolic of Trump because he is symbolic of Joshua, who led the Israelites around the walls, the perimeter of security of Jericho in the Middle East. The perimeter of security of the enemy, just like the perimeter of Gaza. Also on this day, there was other signs too. It was a car pileup on the I-10. And there's confirmation that it's not just a car pileup, it's prophetic, but I'm not going to get into any more details here, okay? Also, the date itself hints at the date 11/7 hints at 110, Joshua, the age at which he died, and Joshua led them, the Israelites, around the walls of security for 7 days while they blew 7 trumpets. 117, 110 plus 7. Okay, well, anyway, what I wanted to get into here, though, is that this date of this Notre Dame Cathedral fire, the day that Michelle Obama was on the riverboat cruise, this actually was known in advance. I figured out that God was pointing to this date before this date. This was one of the first instances of huge success. There were others before this too. Don't get me, no, actually, but they were spread out. So, these days it's like all the time, right? But back in 2018 and 2019, there was, I think, maybe a dozen in 2018, dozen date. Anyway, it was a major success, and it was early on when this was figured out that God was pointing to dates ahead of time. Now, I wasn't predicting that anything specific was going to happen on this date. I just knew that God was pointing to this date. That's all I knew. April 15th, 2019. And I knew this prior to knowing and learning that this date, I've forgotten about it. I didn't even include it in this diagram. This date here is Nisan 10 in 2019. All right? And I just explained how that's relevant with the rooster, which equals 220. And furthermore, it was a 9-hour fire. I mean, the Notre Dame Cathedral roof fire was known for it taking a long time to put out. I mean, the fire just wouldn't stop burning despite all of the efforts to put out the fire. That's what the fire was known for. It was known for going on for 9 hours. That's an incredibly long period of time. But that is because God pairs the numbers 9 and 110. Well, where's the 110 in all this? Well, there's the rooster, because it hints at 2 towers that were 110 stories high, because the rooster fell on the Notre Dame Cathedral, which has 2 towers. But it was also the date Nisan 10, which hints at 110. And what I'm going to do right now is play a short clip explaining why God pairs the numbers 9 and 110 together to confirm his signs and connections. And I'll be right back, okay? So again, this is extremely important, actually. The 9-hour fire occurred on the date Nisan 10, which hints at 110, on the day that the rooster fell, which also hints at 110, as I just explained. So I'll be right back. Jesus' official arrival into Jerusalem and first coming was on the 10th day of the first month in the Hebrew calendar. This is 110, and this hints at the number 110. In the book of Joshua, the date on which the Hebrews crossed over the Jordan River and officially entered the Promised Land was also on the 10th day of the first month, which is 110 and hints at the number 110. Jesus' first coming is symbolized by the number 110. This is why on 9/11, the 2 towers that collapsed were each 110 stories high. The collapse of 2 towers that were 110 floors was symbolism for Jesus' second coming. In the book of Joshua in the Bible, Joshua died at the age of 110. Joshua led the Hebrews around the security walls of the ancient city of Jericho before they collapsed in judgment. On 9/11, the Twin Towers, which were 110 stories high, collapsed, engendering a small earthquake that cracked the foundation of Federal Hall, where George Washington was inaugurated, on Wall Street. President George Washington was a founding father, and his inauguration as the first president was a symbolic founding of the nation. The cracking of the foundation of Federal Hall on Wall Street on 9/11 symbolized America's foundation in God being cracked. This is because after Washington's inauguration at Federal Hall, he then walked down Wall Street to Trinity Chapel, where he consecrated the nation to God. saying that if the nation were to ever turn away from God, it would lose its blessings. After 9/11, Trinity Chapel was called the Miracle Chapel, as it was the only building at Ground Zero to have survived. It did not even suffer a broken window due to the 70-year-old sycamore tree that was uprooted as it sheltered the chapel from the falling debris. In commemoration of this sycamore tree outside the chapel, today there is a huge bronze statue of its roots. In other words, through the 9/11 events, God was pointing to Trinity Chapel and Washington's covenantal consecration of the nation to God at Trinity Chapel. Wall Street is named after the original 9-foot-high wall of security that the Dutch built to keep the British and the Indians out. The collapse of 110 floors that cracked the foundation of Federal Hall on Wall Street, which is named after a 9-foot-high security wall, hints at 9/11 and points to Joshua, who died at 110, and the Hebrews that marched around the walls of security before they collapsed in judgment. 110 floors and the 9-foot-high wall of security that was Wall Street points to George Washington's march down Wall Street to Trinity Chapel that symbolized a covenantal relationship between America and God. To this effect, Washington's march down Wall Street with the New York Stock Exchange, the building that symbolizes America's financial strength, located on one side of the street, and Federal Hall, the building that symbolizes America's governmental and institutional strength on the other side, also pointed to the cutting rights ritual practiced in ancient Israel that was used in Abraham's and God's ritual walk in their covenant that is described in Genesis 15. A covenant that symbolizes Washington's walk down Wall Street and his covenantal consecration of the nation to God at Trinity Chapel. There are only two nations in the history of the world that were founded not on ethnicity or territory or language, but were founded solely for God: Israel and America. In every daily Bible that is divided into 365 readings, a portion of the Bible for each day of the year, on every September 11th, everyone that reads this standard 365-day Bible reads the passage in the book of Isaiah, chapter 9, verse 11, which is the judgment warning on ancient Israel, which was a raid on ancient Israel by the world's first recorded terrorists, the ancient Assyrians. And the terrorists on 9/11 were from the same part of the world. The Assyrians raided the northern kingdom of Israel first, and then later the southern kingdom of Judah was destroyed, which is why the terrorists on 9/11 hit the North Tower first, followed 17 minutes later by the South Tower. And this Isaiah 9:11 passage includes a mention of collapsed buildings and uprooted sycamore trees. On the morning after 9/11, Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle gave a speech to the world regarding the events on 9/11. He quoted the passage in Isaiah 9:11, not realizing it was a judgment warning on the ancient Jews. He quoted how, after the raid by the Assyrians, the Hebrews did not repent to God, but instead vowed defiantly to rebuild and become stronger than before. And so, like the ancient Jews, America did not repent after the judgment warning, and instead defied God even more. And so, like ancient Israel, America will now be destroyed. This is why, in God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, he frequently pairs together the number 110 and the number 9. Both of these numbers symbolize God's judgment on the nation, and paired together, these numbers point to the big judgment warning that was 9/11. As well, these numbers paired together in God's signs and connections serve as a witness confirmation that the perceived signs and connections are from God. After the judgment warning of 9/11, America was given a period of grace to repent and turn back to God, or else judgment destruction. In the Bible, a 20-year period symbolizes a complete period of waiting. Jacob waited 20 years to get possession of his wives and property. The children of Israel waited 20 years to be freed of Jabin, the king of Canaan, when they were freed from bondage by Deborah and Barak. The Ark of the Covenant waited 20 years in Kiriath-Jearim, and Solomon spent 20 years building his home and the house of God. On the 20th anniversary of the buildings that collapsed on 9/11 was the sudden collapse of America's presence in Afghanistan, and the iconic scene of this was the U.S. Air Force plane leaving the airport in Afghanistan, and the big number on the side of its plane is 1109, which hints at 110 and 9. Now, what I didn't do when I first learned that God was pointing to this date ahead of time was subtract some numbers from the date to see what I would get, because it was the date Nisan 10. Although that could have been done. That's not how this date was first discovered. This date was first discovered, that God was pointing to it, through this connection. I was looking at this. This is astounding. Let me explain. On January 13th, 2001, So on January 13th, 2001, we had this earthquake in El Salvador. Oh, by the way, just remembered, I forgot to mention. The Table Rock Lake not only has a maximum depth of 220 feet, but it also has the exact same water volume as the Sea of Galilee, where the 153 fish were caught. Okay, so the boat that sank killed 17 people. 17 people drowned, 9 of which were from the same family. 9 times 17 equals 153. Now, Table Rock Lake, that's 220 feet depth, which hints at rock and Jesus, which in the Bible is symbolized by rock. This lake has the exact same water volume as the lake on which the 153 fish were caught in Jesus' last miracle. Not only that, Table Rock Lake has the exact same surface area as the Sea of Galilee. And when I say exactly the same, I don't mean like to the inch. I mean like, you know what I mean. It's like almost exactly, right? Now, the reason why I remembered to say that, fortunately I remembered to say that, because that's very important. This is why God uses El Salvador, because its surface area, its land area, is almost exactly the same as the land area of Israel. Okay? It's essentially the same size as Israel, and the name El Salvador is Spanish for the Savior, Jesus. The walls of security collapsed on Jericho in God's judgment due to an earthquake. Archaeology proves this. When asked by his disciples for the signs to look for, Jesus replied with earthquake signs. Of course, there's more than just earthquake signs, but this is like the classic sign, if you will, an earthquake. So this was an El Salvador earthquake. Now, what happened was, let's see. I don't have the totals here. So why don't I just quickly look them up? But there was the total of deaths in this earthquake. And by the way, the deaths were due to the earthquake, but also the landslide, which if it could be interpreted as rock symbolism. But anyway, 1 second. Okay, so the earthquake, this one was 7.7, which hints at Jericho and the walls of security that collapsed due to an earthquake after the symbolic 3 sets of 7 that the Israelites enacted. And so it was a 7.7, and it killed 944 people. Exactly 1 month later was another earthquake in El Salvador, that killed 315 people. And it was exactly 1 month later, on February 13th. Okay, the total of deaths for the two earthquakes, and they don't have an earthquake every month, by the way. This was a big deal, and it was coincidentally 1 month apart. The total deaths were 1,259. And they were 1 month apart. Well, 1,259 is one death shy of a total of 1,260 deaths, which is a number used 7 times in Bible prophecy to refer to the period of the Antichrist and the end. It's only symbolism. We are now at the end of the symbolic 1,260 days. And the prediction being made in this video will prove this, and I know the reason far better than you, the purpose of the prediction. So the total deaths is one shy of this extremely prophetic important number relative to the end. And the earthquakes are 1 month apart. Back at this time, because it was in December of 2019 that I first realized that God was communicating that President Trump would die from a heart attack, and it would be a big deal. But I had no idea how consequential it would be. I had no idea how consequential it would be. Now we know. It's after the election, and because of the death, he will not become the president-elect, and as a result of that, his cabinet and his vice president will not be in power. Okay? Now, I did figure out, though, I forget when I exactly figured it out, but I realized that this one missing death is hinting at the death of President Trump. And now we know why, all of these years later, how important that one death is, which will bring about the period of the Antichrist. So for those that are interested in Bible prophecy, you're probably confused at this point. Well, how could the period of the Antichrist not be within the 1,260 days? Well, it's all symbolism. That's all I can tell you. That's not all I could tell you. I could tell you stuff for hours, but that's all I could tell you right now. It's all symbolism, and it's what I'm saying is true. Okay? Okay. So this earthquake was exactly 70 plus 70 plus 70 days before the 110 stories collapsed. And 7 times 7 times 7 deaths of firefighters. And 56 passengers on the second plane. And 56 is 7 plus 7 times 7, which is what the Israelites did. They marched around once per day for 7 days, and then on the 7th day, they marched around 7 times while blowing 7 trumpets. It was a 7 plus a 7 times 7. That's why it's exactly 70 plus 70 plus 70 days to this earthquake. And again, the collapse of the towers on 9/11 engendered a small earthquake that cracked the foundation of Federal Hall, where Washington was inaugurated. And furthermore, Trump is a type for Washington as well, in God's signs. All right, now this earthquake was exactly 17 years and 9 months before Michelle Obama's book, Becoming, which she promoted in Paris on the riverboat during the fire. This 17 years and 9 months is extremely relevant because, as I just explained, it hints at the 17 deaths, 9 from the same family in the duck boat tragedy on Table Rock Lake. And that's because the Antichrist, was president from 09 until 17. And it is through Michelle Obama that Barack Obama will become the president again, after she becomes the Queen of America. This 17 years and 9 months is also 1776% of a year, which obviously hints at America and its symbolic beginning. But also, 1776 is 4 times 444, which hints at the 44th president. Okay. Well, this date of her becoming connected with this date, which is an important Michelle Obama sign. It was a step in the trail. It was 100% correct. I explained this in another Michelle Obama video, one of the 2 O.J. Simpson videos. All right. This day, which was a valid step, was exactly 239 weeks, which since it's 23 and 9, these 2 numbers that God pairs together to confirm the signs and connections, as the Antichrist was the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 and was inaugurated in 09. And the mark of the Antichrist, the inverse of it, is described in the book of Ezekiel, and it changes a person's chromosomes. Ezekiel chapter 9, and it changes a person's chromosomes, and people have 23 pairs of them. So that's why 239 weeks. It hints at 23 and 9. That's the number that God uses for this purpose, but also it is the 52nd prime number, and God uses 52 because it is 2 times 26, and H226 is the word in the Hebrew concordance that means prophetic sign. And that gets us exactly to the prophetic Notre Dame Cathedral fire on the day that Michelle was in Paris on the river promoting her book during the fire. Now we had, so this, by the way, this earthquake was 6,666 days before the date. That's, again, how I knew this date ahead of time. And then we had this huge Notre Dame Cathedral fire on the date. Oh, and the name Sen in Gematria is equal to 52, which confirms this connection here too. But you don't really know what that means because I haven't explained the signs that occurred in this date. But anyway, this 6,666 days is followed by the 6 times 6 times 6 weeks to the Encore plane crash and the day that Michael J. Fox, as in 666, crashed onto the couch that I explained earlier. And again, this date is in turn 6 plus 6 plus 6 months to the shooting at the Hilton Hotel, which I explained earlier. It's also 6 plus 6 plus 6 days to the Titanic sub sign, which is another story. Anyway, one last thing that I really want to get into here. Here's that 3,666 days between Michelle in France and the faux pas when she hugged the Queen, all right, which is in turn exactly 3,000 days from the earthquake. And again, 3,000 is relevant because of the 3,000 souls that perished after their rebellion at Mount Sinai. All right, now, one last thing that's amazing here that I explained in a video that I titled the Back to the Future video, because the movie Back to the Future, Part 2, predicts the World Series winner in 2015. Okay, the movie Back to the Future is about October 1955, October 1985, and October 2015. Okay? The movie predicts that the Cubs, and it was supposed to be a joke because the Chicago Cubs were perennial losers because of the sports curse that was broken during Obama's presidency, and the Cubs visited Obama, who is from Chicago, the Chicago Cubs, and the star player, number 44, presented Obama, the 44th president, with jersey number 44, 4 days before he left office. All right, well, anyway, the Chicago Cubs won in 2016, just 1 year after the movie Back to the Future in the 1980s predicted that they would win the World Series. They were predicted to win in 2015, the year in which the Part 2 of the Back to the Future movie takes place, but they didn't win that year. They won the following year, which is an amazing thing. They almost went to the World Series in 2015, by the way. They made it to the semifinals, if you will. All right? But the reason why they didn't win in 2015 and won the year after is, well, one, it's God's prerogative to not make things too obvious. That's what he does, right? He partially hides himself to give the opportunity for his creature to choose whether they want to love him and be with him forever or not. So he doesn't come out and make it too obvious. But anyway, the thing is that it couldn't be in 2015 because it was necessary that the Kansas City Royals win the World Series in 2015. All right. Now, this is amazing because The Royals have only won 2 World Series in their history, and these 2 wins are exactly 30 years apart. In the Bible, 30 years is symbolic of a king. Joseph and David were made rulers and kings at the age of 30 years old. The Royals were crowned kings of baseball exactly 30 years apart. Okay? Now, that's why it's amazing beyond words, okay? And the movie Back to the Future essentially predicts this. Because the movie Back to the Future takes place in 1985 and 2015. It's this parallel of 30 years. But what is the movie Back to the Future? The plot of the movie is centered around a prophecy. Think about it. Recall, the movie Back to the Future is about a prophecy. Marty goes back in time and predicts the future. He's trying to warn Doc of what is going to happen to him in 1985, 30 years later. 30 years after 1955. It's a prophecy. And it is through this movie that is about a prophecy that God prophesied and made a prophecy regarding 9/11. That is a subject for the other video, which you must watch. It is amazing beyond words. I can't tell you. In fact, someone made an astounding video about it. These coincidences or these things embedded in the movie that clearly point to 9/11. The guy that made the video that went viral, millions of views, the guy that made the video is not a Christian. He doesn't understand what's going on. He's a conspiracy theorist. And his explanation at the end of it is some sort of metaphysical New Age explanation where the director of the movie, Rob Zemeckis, tapped into something to the effect of the universal consciousness and was able to understand about 9/11 later. It's absurd. The thing that throws him off, though, which is understandable, is that Robert Zemeckis did in fact predict 9/11, but that wasn't unusual. There were many people prior to 9/11 that were predicting that one day Muslim terrorists would bring down the towers in a terrorist act. That wasn't, even Netanyahu in the 80s said such a thing. So this idea that terrorists would take planes and drive them into the towers wasn't new, right? Wasn't a shock. This was actually predicted by people. It was like an inevitable thing. One thing that happened too in 1993, which was after the movie Back to the Future was made, but this was so inevitable that, there was the attempt to blow up the buildings in 1993 with the bombing in the parking lot underneath the tower, right? By the blind Muslim, led by, the 1993 bombing, right? The World Trade Center bombing. Well, okay, so everyone, everyone, it was all over pop culture that the towers would eventually be destroyed by terrorists, right? So it wasn't like Robert Zemeckis was like tapping into the universal consciousness or whatever. But what he didn't know was the date, 9/11. Robert Zemeckis embedded into Back to the Future Part 2 a particular scene that clearly indicated the towers falling. All right? I show this, I play the whole clip of the guy that made the video. I copy-pasted it, hopefully he doesn't care, into the Back to the Future video on this channel somewhere, right? You can see what I'm talking about if you go look for it. And I highly recommend you do so. But besides that, okay, so Robert Zemeckis was, because the thing about Robert Zemeckis and his co-director is that they embedded many of these predictions. They they did many things. They were known for putting what is called Easter eggs into their movies. And I say movies plural. It wasn't just Back to the Future. This was just a thing they did, but they especially went overboard with the Easter eggs in the movie Back to the Future. I mean, it's chock full of these hidden things that people can search out and go, oh, cool, they were saying this and this with this, you know, symbolism or whatever, right? They were just having a lot of fun with it all, right? And, but they didn't mean to actually predict the date of 9/11. The 9/11s that are embedded in the movie are from God. They did not embed 9/11 into the movie, but it clearly is in the movie. Like the time on the clock, when the lightning strikes, and all of this, okay? So you really need to watch the video to go into the details. But I'll tell you just one classic example. Well, how does Doc die? Doc dies in the parking lot of the Twin Pines Mall. But in the when Marty somehow in the timeline, the Twin Pines, because there's the big sign of the Twin Pines Mall, and when Marty arrives, it's 6:11 a.m. But when that's flipped around upside down, it becomes 9/11. Or no, sorry, it's 1:16 a.m. And when it's flipped upside down, it's 9/11, right? Well, the directors didn't do that on purpose. But the Twin Pines Mall hints at the Twin Towers. And Doc dies when terrorists assassinate him in the parking lot of the Twin Pines Mall. And at one point in the timeline, the Twin Pines Mall sign is replaced by a Lone Pine Mall. It's the Lone Pine Mall. And what were the Twin Towers replaced with? The One World Tower. And it just goes on and on, all right? So also, Robert Zemeckis made the movie The Walk, which was about Philip Petit's walk across the Twin Towers. That movie was released in October of 2015, right when the Royals won the World Series, making this 30-year connection between the two Back to the Future movies come to life, with the Royals being crowned 30 years apart. You see what I'm saying? All right, one last thing here, I believe, is that President Trump, God's trumpet, while he was in Paris on the day of the reopening of the Notre Dame Cathedral, which he attended, he paid a surprise visit with Macron, who is Mark symbolism. As I mentioned, his name, Macron, means Mark, and he is associated with the Antichrist. He's one of the 10 kings. And speaking of that, okay, let's emphasize this. He is one of the 10 kings. Now, the 10 kings, I believe, personally, is also symbolic. I've learned enough at this point that all of the book of Revelation can be interpreted symbolically, including such a thing as the number of kings. It doesn't mean that there's going to be specifically exactly 10 kings, or even what this will mean. It means, I believe, world leaders that align with Rome. In other words, Western leaders. And anyway, Macron will be a leader, if you will, of the 10 kings. That's pretty clear. He even has come out with such ambitions, stated things basically to this effect. Oh, all right. So, and again, I mentioned briefly the connection between him and Pope Francis, the Antichrist. I explained that earlier. So we have this facade of the kings in front of the Notre Dame Cathedral, and he is hosting this event, if you will, at the Notre Dame Cathedral, and he is one of the 10 kings. In other words, this is really part of God identifying Emmanuel Macron as being one of the 10 kings. Okay? Now, Trump met at, I don't know where I forget the name of the place where they met. he met with Macron and Zelensky. The three had a meeting. God is using Zelensky. God uses firsts for prophetic signs. Zelensky is the first Jewish leader of Ukraine. What are the kings outside of the Notre Dame Cathedral? They're Jewish kings, rulers, leaders. Zelensky is the first Jewish leader of Ukraine. God is using firsts for signs, but one reason for using firsts is to point to the first affirmative action black president, king, and future Antichrist king, who is the 44th president, which is why on the day, the symbolic prophetic first day of the Russia-Ukraine war, on February 24th, 2022, Zelensky had just turned 44 years old. He was essentially 44 years old throughout the prophetic first year of the war, especially the prophetic first day of the war. And because of this beginning of the war, there was a mass exodus from Ukraine, an evacuation, if you will, which ties into other things. But it was the nation before before it lost millions of people of its population, not just to casualties of war, but the masses that fled Ukraine into the rest of Europe, especially Poland, where I was at the time. And the nation prior to the war was made up of 44 million people. The first Jewish leader was 44 years old, leading a nation of 44 million people. This is why God has been using Zelensky as Antichrist symbolism. His speeches at the UN, addressing the UN, for example, and such things, the ICC, the International Criminal Court, there are multiple signs of God using Zelensky because of this symbolism of being symbolic of the Antichrist, and this is rooted in how he was 44 years old and the leader of 44 million people before the Exodus, which incidentally hints at the Exodus or the rapture of God's faithful who will escape the severe persecution from the Antichrist, the 44th president. So this is why Trump met the leader, the 44-year-old leader of 44 million people on this extremely prophetic day, December 7th, in Paris, at this massive warning of judgment for the church, prophetic sign that I have explained in this video. The burning of the roof of the Notre Dame Cathedral, and on, and Michelle Obama, and all of the connections, including what you were looking at in this diagram. And again, God pairs 23 and 44 to confirm the signs and connections. And here we have an astounding pairing of 23 and 44, because again, the date 12:7 hints at Revelation 12:7, which is the verse that symbolizes the beginning of the end times period of the Antichrist, when war broke out in heaven and Satan, and the dragon and his minions were thrown down from heaven to earth, symbolic of Satan and the beginning of the Antichrist period. And even in the passage, it mentions the 1,260-day period. Well, anyway, that's why Trump on the Church Day sign met the 44-year-old leader of 44 million. It hints at the 44th president, Antichrist king. And they met in conjunction with this event at the Notre Dame Cathedral with its facade of kings. Anyway, the 44 here on the date pairs with the 23rd prime number of years to this other, or the 12:7 date, when war broke out. Again, Revelation 12:7 is when war broke out in heaven, and the date 12:7 in 1941 was when war broke out and America entered World War II. And we also had these connections, which, as I explained, hinted at the 4 times 44, because it connected with this symbolism of 4 times 4 times 4 to Philip Petit, who walked across the towers of Notre Dame Cathedral. But this date here that it connects to in this diagram is the date that Philip Petit walked across the Twin Towers. Okay, and we also again had from the actual fire at the cathedral the 64th prime number of days. Like exactly. Which and 64 is 4 times 4 times 4. And again, the name Jesus, the name of the King of Kings, is 444. And again, the Notre Dame Cathedral houses the crown of thorns that the King of Kings wore, or the King of the Jews wore. Whoa. No kidding. Because it is the Jewish kings that are depicted with the facade of kings. And Jesus wore the crown, but he wore the crown as the King of the Jews. Wow. I just realized that. Okay. Well, the meeting with the formerly 44-year-old of formerly 44 million people also connects with 2 plus 3 days, which hints at 23, and that's another pairing of 23 and 44. And so it's amazing beyond words, actually. It really ties everything together here with the provision of this number through Trumpet meeting with Zelensky and giving us the number 44. It's amazing. All right, there is yet even more astounding, amazing, beyond words information related to all of this. I have another update here, which is what occurred on December 8th. Now we are going to talk about how these signs connect to December 8th, the day after Trump was in Paris for the reopening of the Notre Dame Cathedral, before which, in the evening, he met Macron and Zelensky. So, just after this evening, when Trump met with Zelensky, was the fall of the perimeter of security of Damascus, when the Assad regime collapsed and the rebels took over. It was a collapse of a perimeter of wall of security, which is Trump, because Trump is a type for Joshua in the Bible, who led the Israelites around the walls of security of the ancient city of Jericho in the Middle East, before the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment after they blew trumpets. And Jericho, the people in Jericho were enemies of the Israelites, as are the Syrians. And that's why this connects with Trump. Again, Trump's presidency and election campaigns were synonymous with his border wall of security. Okay, so here is the update. As you can see, it was written December 8th, just to confirm that for you. The news on December 8th, which is 12:8, which hints at G128, which is the word in the Greek concordance that God is frequently using, and is the word the Ethiopian, because this points to the president who was born in East Africa, near Ethiopia. The news on 12:8 is about the Middle East. And again, in Bible prophecy, the Antichrist will be in Israel and leading the world effort to divide God's land and make Jerusalem an international city. The news on 12:8, as in G128, is about the Middle East, near where Philip encountered the Ethiopian in the Bible, in the book of Acts, which was in Gaza. another location of the enemy of Israel. Trumpeted, God's trumpet trumpeted about Russia's weakness in Syria and Russia negotiating a ceasefire with Ukraine. Okay, Trump trumpeted in his social media post, a main way in which God has been using Trump to trumpet his signs. Trump trumpeted a classic Trump sign, which is a trumpet, a tweet, a trumpet. He trumpeted his tweet that all the major news outlets quoted regarding how Russia is weak, and this relates to the collapse of Syria, and it's time for Russia to negotiate a ceasefire with Ukraine. This was just hours following his meeting with Zelensky. The evening before he met with Zelensky, who again, God is using as Antichrist symbolism because at the beginning of the war, he had just turned 44 years old and led a nation that was made up of 44 million people before there was the mass exodus, which is symbolic of the exodus of God's people and escape from the coming persecution from the Antichrist, the 44th president, which is why God has used Zelensky in numerous occasions for this symbolism for the Antichrist. Okay, so the evening before, Trumpet met with Zelensky of Ukraine, the first Jewish leader, I should emphasize. God uses firsts for signs. He is the first Jewish leader, and now we have this in context with the Middle East, and as I will explain, connected to Israel, the nation of Jews. Okay? And of course, this hints at the first affirmative action black president. The number 4 symbolizes the world. So, in, for example, E.W. Bullinger's well-known book, the number 4 is described as being symbolic of the material world, things created by man, which, by the way, is the reason why the 444th word in Strong's Greek Concordance is the word man. So the number 4 symbolizes the world and the material world and created things. And Damascus is the world's oldest continuously inhabited city. And therefore, Damascus symbolizes the world, which is why Isaiah chapter 17 speaks of Damascus being destroyed overnight, which could only be the result of a nuclear bomb, and this being some sort of symbolic beginning to the end, and the world ganging up on Israel and the Antichrist leading the effort to divide God's land, etc. And so, when that happens, it will be symbolic of judgment on the world, not just Damascus. And the number 4 symbolizes this, because Damascus, as I just explained, symbolizes the world, the world's oldest continuously inhabited city. Trumpet's social media post on December 8th is 4 days. I should say his media post regarding Damascus is 4 days before the predicted last Trump sign, the date it is predicted that President Trump will die, on December 12th. This trumpet, Zelensky Damascus trumpet social media post on December 8th, 2024, is 92 months and 1 day after Trump launched the 7th super prime number of missiles into Syria, 77 days after his inauguration, at the age of 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old, which incidentally was 73 days, which hints at 3 sets of 7 in the book of Joshua, after his win in the election by 77 electoral votes on the same day that Netanyahu, the leader of Israel, as in the leader of the Israelites, Joshua, had been in power for 7 years, 7 months, and 7 days exactly. Okay, so this 92 months and 1 day connection between Trump launching missiles into Syria and his trumpet regarding Syria on December 8th, his social media post regarding Syria, this 92 months and 1 day's connection hints at 921, which is the 276th semi-prime number, and that is a giveaway, a revealing that this is prophetic, because this is an extremely prophetic number in the Bible. It is one of 3 unusually specific numbers that are all triangular numbers, and this one, 276, is the 23rd triangular number, which again is the number that symbolizes the Antichrist. It is a number that identifies the Antichrist, the basketball president who wore jersey number 23. And 2 divided by 3 is 0.666, the number of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. And the mark of the Antichrist changes a person's chromosomes, for which a person has 23 pairs of. Okay, and so this 23rd triangular number with this connection to Zelensky, who is symbolized by the number 44, and Damascus, which is symbolized by the number 4, this makes this a pairing of 23 and 44 to confirm the signs and connections. And again, this is how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works, which is only being explained on this channel. It works on this principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter, as the Bible says is required, and this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. And if we think about it, one simple way in which God would provide a second witness for us is through pairing certain numbers together, such as 9 and 23 and 44. And I know this because I've been studying his big picture of signs from morning till night for more than full-time hours for 7 years. And again, the 44th president was the basketball president who wore jersey number 23. Okay, so this is a classic way that this works. And it is through this connection that is confirmed with the pairing of 23 and 44 that God is able to tell this story that I am telling here. And there's more to the story here. But we just connected the beginning of trumpets, I should say the trumpeting of Trump's presidency, because it was 77 days after his inauguration at the age of 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. That was the symbolic or trumpet beginning, if you will, of his presidency, and that just connected to the end of his presidency, or the end of Trump, because he will die 4 days later, and this sign on the day that he trumpeted Syria, with this connection to the day he launched missiles into Syria, is 4 days before his predicted death, the last Trump sign. The Israelites blew the trumpets, and they blew them for one long last trump, a long last trumpet blast before the walls of security of ancient Jericho collapsed in God's judgment. And the walls of security of Jericho were a perimeter of security, as was the perimeter of security of the Assad regime in Damascus that collapsed in God's judgment. It was all symbolism for the coming collapse of Trump and America's walls of security collapsing in God's judgment. This collapse of the security perimeter of Damascus was in fact not only symbolic of the world, but a prophetic sign pointing to the collapse of security of America through Trump. It is through Trump that God used this collapse of the security perimeter of Damascus to point to the collapse of the walls of security of America and the rise of the Antichrist, the 44th president. Part of the story of the fall of Assad is the order Netanyahu gave for his military, the Israeli military, to take the buffer zone between the Golan Heights and Syria. So on this same day that the Assad regime collapsed, Netanyahu ordered the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, to take the buffer zone between the Golan Heights that's occupied by Israeli settlements and Syria. December 8th, 2024, this day that Netanyahu gave this order, was 2,213 days after the UN passed 9 resolutions condemning Israel on the Hebrew calendar date 9/9 in 5779. And this same day was the day that God's trumpet, trumpeted the Paradise Fire in Paradise, California, 9 days after the fire started. 9 days after the town burned, in an apocalyptic fire and evacuation. If you will recall, this massive fire in northern central California in November of 2018, which actually was the anniversary of Trump's election, but the fire. Well, anyway, and that's actually not inconsequential because it was exactly 8 + 8 + 8 months after Trump's election, exactly, because it was both on the date 11/8. 11/8 hints at 11 times 8 equals 88, and the name Trump in simple English gematria is equal to 88. But Donald J. Trump is equal to 888 in English gematria. And so from Donald J. Trump's election on the date 11/8, which hints at 88, it is 8 + 8 + 8 months exactly to the Paradise Fire, which Trump then trumpeted from 9 days after on the date 9/9 in 5779 in the Hebrew calendar. This was actually when it was first fully recognized, 100% certain, that the number 9 is the most important number in God's big picture of signs, patterns, and connections. This is near the beginning of my journey in studying his big picture of signs, patterns, and connections. And this was solid confirmation of this fact that the number 9 symbolizes judgment in the Bible, and this is the most important number in God's signs, as the signs are judgment, warning of judgment. And so that's why trumpet was in Paradise, California, 9 days on the date 9/9 in 5779, 9 days after the fire. That day that he was in Paradise, California, was also 666 days after he was inaugurated, but it was also 666 days after the Antichrist, the 44th president, left office. The Paradise Fire lasted for 6 + 6 + 6 days. Okay, and it killed 85 people, and only in the last year is the significance of the number 85 recognized, and why it was 85 people that died in this apocalyptic fire and evacuation, which is all symbolic of the evacuation of God's faithful from the coming persecution from the Antichrist, who is identified in the 5th through 8th King's prophecy in Revelation chapter 17. That's why this number 85. Pope Francis, the first of the two Antichrists, was elected Pope exactly 85 years after the St. Francis Dam collapsed in Los Angeles, which hints at fallen angels. Well, okay, so the number 85 is that's the reason why that number of people were killed, but also the fire in Paradise, California was right next to Helltown, which also burned, part of it, Helltown, California. And it was a hellish experience. If you recall the images and the descriptions of the people evacuating this town that just lit up instantly in this apocalyptic evacuation and fire, which is why 85 people died, because it was so sudden. So, okay. Now, this Paradise Fire hinted at Paradise Lost. Trump was in Paradise, California, trumpeting Paradise Lost. That's why on the Day of Atonement, which is the day in the Hebrew calendar that symbolizes judgment, because now we're talking about the date 9/9 in the Hebrew calendar in the year of 5779, which, by the way, was recognized ahead of time. prior even to November 8th, the date of the fire, the date 9/9 in 5779 was recognized that God was pointing to it big time. And that's why I predicted something to happen 9 days before that. I predicted that something disastrous was going to happen 9 days before the date 9/9 in 5779. And then that was the day of the Paradise Fire. In other words, I predicted the Paradise Fire. I predicted all sorts of things like this. But unfortunately, I haven't yet been able to document this 100% in your face to the atheist or Christian that's skeptic prediction. Because I can tell an atheist or a skeptic Christian that I predicted the Paradise Fire, and they still won't, and I'll explain everything that I just explained, and they'll still not believe it. That's the nature of a skeptic. But when the prediction for Trump dying on the exact date of December 12th comes to pass, they're really going to be irrational at that point. Or they're going to change their mind and recognize that this is God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections that is being explained on this channel and only this channel. Okay, so the Day of Atonement symbolizes judgment. And so the date 9/9 5779 connects, like I'm saying here, with this 2,152 days to the Day of Atonement, October 12th, 2024, which was a big date that was known since 2017, because it's the end, symbolically, of the 7 years of warning signs, followed by the 8th year of destruction. But in fact, the 8th year is also symbolic. It'll actually be 2 years of the destruction of America and the rise of the Antichrist. That's another story. The big picture of signs that communicate this will be proven to be true when the prediction comes to pass. And make no mistake, I know far better than you the reason for the prediction that is from God. And just to prove what I have just said, that the 7 years in Daniel chapter 9 that everyone is still looking for has already happened. And we are now entering the 2 years of destruction, symbolized by the 8th, this principle of seven followed by an 8th, which brings us back incidentally to the king's prophecy in Revelation 17, Trump being the 7th president in this parallel, followed by the 8th king that is the Antichrist, Barack Obama, who will follow the death of President Trump. Which is, again, the reason for the 666 days connection, too, because that was 666 days after the Antichrist left office, the day that Trump was in paradise. Well, Trump on October 12, 2024, trumpeted again, paradise, paradise lost. He said these words exactly, and it was quoted in all of the mainstream media news stories about it when he held a rally, a campaign rally in California, which is an unusual thing to do because California was not in the running as a swing state for Trump, but he used the opportunity to lambast California and to make a point. He went to California and held a rally in order to say exactly what I just said. He said that California is a paradise lost. Trump was in Paradise, California. And then he trumpeted that California is a paradise lost while running for president to highlight how the Democrats ruined the state. Okay, and by the way, California is equal to 88 in simple English gematria, as is Trump. So Trump trumpeted that California is a paradise lost 2,152 days after he was in Paradise, California, that was lost in the fire. So that's amazing. Now, what is with the 2,152 days is the question. In the Hebrew concordance, H2152 is the word heat and burning. It's the word that means heat or burning. And it's used in a metaphorical spiritual context. That's why it means this heat and burning. This is amazing. So the Paradise Fire, of course, is about heat and burning, connects to trumpeting Paradise Lost, which isn't only about California, but about America being a paradise lost. And not only that, the word trump in archaic English means the sounding of a trumpet or a trumpet. And Trump trumpeted in California, which is equal to 88, and the word Trump is equal to 88. He trumpeted in California, which hints at Trump, because the both are equal to 88. He trumpeted that not only is California a paradise lost, but America is a paradise lost. And he did this on Judgment Day, the Day of Atonement. And it connected to the other Judgment Day, the date 9/9 in the year 5779, when 9 UN anti-Israel resolutions were passed. Now let's get into that. The day that trumpet was at the ruins of the Paradise Fire was the day of the 9 anti-Israel resolutions on 9/9 and 5779, a date, again, that I knew ahead of time would be a major date because of it being 9/9 in the year 5779. And then, lo and behold, it was the day of the 9 anti-Israel resolutions. These resolutions, the thing that was prophetic about them, the main thing, because I forget the other details, it's been years, but the main thing was that it was the first time that the U.S., under Trump, God's trumpet, did not abstain from the particular resolution condemning Israel's occupation of the Golan Heights and voted no. Thus, the U.S. recognized the Golan Heights as Israel's land. God trumpeted that the Golan Heights are Israel's land through Trump, and Trump voting no on the resolution regarding the Golan Heights. These 9 resolutions, including the Golan Heights resolution on the date 9/9 and 5779, and Trumpet in Paradise, were 2,213 days before the fall of Assad and Israel's move into the buffer zone in the Golan Heights. And again, this connection hints at heat and burning. Well, what is going to burn, as described in Isaiah chapter 17, is Damascus. It'll be destroyed overnight, and that will be through a red-hot nuclear bomb. Okay, so Trumpet in Paradise and the 9 resolutions on 9/9 and 5779 were 2,213 days before the fall of Assad's regime and the perimeter of security collapsing, and Israel taking beyond its perimeter of security into the buffer zone of the Golan Heights, its military, and Trumpet's trumpet regarding the collapse of the perimeter of security of Damascus. Because again, the Israelites blew trumpets, and Trump trumpeted on both ends of this connection, because he was in paradise, and then he was trumpeting the collapse of the security perimeter of Damascus in Syria. And that was all relevant too, because it involved a mention of Ukraine, and Damascus and Ukraine are symbolized by 4 and 44. And he had just met Zelensky just hours before, because the security collapsed in Damascus at dawn, and he met Zelensky in the evening the night before. Now, here's the big thing. 2,213 is the 110 plus 110 plus 110th prime number. In other words, the 330th prime number. But God repeats a number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. The number that symbolizes Joshua and the Israelites blowing the trumpets in the book of Joshua and the walls of security collapsing, the number that symbolizes that is the number 110. Because Joshua died at the age of 110. And the Israelites entered the promised land before they took Jericho on the date 110 in the Hebrew calendar, which is symbolic of 110. or vice versa. 110 is symbolic of the date 110, Nisan 10. And so that's why it's 3 sets of 110 here, to emphasize its symbolic meaning. And that's why this number is this 3 sets of 110 prime number. But what confirms that even more, that makes it jaw-dropping and mind-boggling and amazing beyond words, is that it is a stunning pairing of 9 and 110 that confirms the signs and connections. And this is how it works. God pairs 9 and 110 to confirm the signs and connections. Because again, this connects with the date 99 and 5779 and the 9 UN resolutions, and it connects to about the Golan Heights, and it connects to Israel moving into the Golan Heights with this 110 number. Now, I'm going to play a clip, a brief one, that explains why and how God pairs 9 and 110 together. And then I'll come back and I have one more amazing thing to add to this. There's even more. All right, I just realized that I've already played the clip. So I've already played this clip regarding God pairing 9 and 110 together. And I intend to break this off into a smaller video, just a clip of this particular section of the video. And so I'll play that clip in the shorter video. Well, so anyway, back to this date. The date of the 9 UN resolutions on the date 99 and 5779, the date that was known to be the big date that God was pointing to ahead of time, which is why I predicted something would happen 9 days before it, and then the Paradise Fire happened. What also happened on this date, the date that Trump was in paradise 666 days after his inauguration, was the big announcement regarding the search for the lost Argentine submarine that sank a year earlier, almost exactly. And then there was the big international effort in the search for this submarine that sank off the coast of Argentina that killed 44 sailors. That's right. In fact, in Argentina, it is colloquially known as the 44. The incident is known as the 44 because of the 44 lost sailors. So, the prophetic connection here, though, is that the big thing about this lost submarine was when it sank, there was an explosion that was detected by I forget the name of it, but the organization that is international, and again, it was an international effort to search for the submarine. But there was an international organization that's responsible for detecting underwater nuclear explosions. It's a monitoring organization to make sure that no nation is testing nukes under the ocean. This organization, and I forget the name, it detected this explosion at the time of the sinking of this Argentine submarine, which was a part of the story in the search for the submarine. If we can pinpoint where the explosion was, etc., we can find the submarine, etc. So it was a central aspect of the news story. But what this was symbolism for nuclear bombs. This explosion that was detected by the International Atomic Detecting Organization agency responsible for detecting nuclear explosions. In other words, it was symbolic of a nuclear explosion. And what are we talking about here? We're talking about this sign involving Damascus, which is described to be destroyed. The oldest continuously inhabited city in the world is described as being completely destroyed overnight. And we know that this prophecy hasn't been fulfilled because God designed it that Damascus be the oldest continuously inhabited city in the world. In other words, there was no point in history in which this prophecy has been fulfilled. That's the reason why of this claim to be the oldest continuously inhabited city in the world. And it will be destroyed because the Bible says it will be destroyed. And a city can only be destroyed through a nuclear bomb in one night through a nuclear bomb, which when we read the passage, it clearly fits the description of how it's destroyed. And so we have this Damascus sign on December 8th, 2024. And it connects to the nuclear submarine, or it wasn't a nuclear submarine, but it was an explosion that was detected by the Nuclear Detecting Agency. By the way, Argentina is relevant because the first of the two antichrists is from Argentina. And on that note, he is known for being the big anti-nuclear weapons pope. He went to Japan for example, to deliver his speech on nuclear weapons, and visited the monument to the hidden Christians who were persecuted in Japan for centuries, exactly 666 days after the hidden Christians monument in Nagasaki was recognized by the UNESCO, as a World Heritage Site, which identified him as the Antichrist, obviously, from whom Christians, true Christians, will be hiding. So we have this connection between the Argentine explosion, that's a nuclear bomb explosion sign, to the Damascus sign here. The fall of Damascus. The collapse of the security of Damascus. This is huge. This connection here. This is screaming that Damascus is about to be nuked. This connection. All of what I've explained. There's more. The day of the announcement of the discovery of the submarine that lost 44 sailors was exactly 44 weeks after the false missile alert in Hawaii, where Obama is from. So we have Argentina connecting to Hawaii, which reveals the two places that symbolize the two antichrists. The false missile alert on January 13th, 2018 went on for, from what I recall, more than half an hour. For more than half an hour, there was panic in Hawaii. People scrambling for more than half an hour, thinking that a missile was on its way, an intercontinental ballistic was on its way from Korea, about to nuke Hawaii. But it was a false alarm. Somehow, one of the persons working at the facility made a mistake, an error. Forget all the details. The false missile alert in Hawaii, where Obama is from, was exactly 44 weeks, Obama being the 44th president, to the 44 sailors nuclear Argentina submarine sign, which in turn connects, as I have explained, with the number to walls of security collapsing, 3 times 110 prime number, right? And that's all relevant because of the other sign involving Syria to the collapse of Damascus in Syria. In other words, a missile is going to destroy Damascus soon. Now, what is very interesting is that it had been believed before all of this on December 8th that December 17th would be the day that Israel will bomb Iran. And the collapse of Damascus is related to Iran because the Assad regime was being supported by Iran. But Iran had been weakened because of Israel and on and on. So December 17th, this date that was believed before December 8th to be the day that Israel will bomb Iran, is 9 days after this collapse of Damascus sign, which connects to the 9 resolutions regarding the Golan Heights on the date 9/9 in 5779. In other words, that's confirmation of this 9 days. But not only that, it's also believed, and prior to December 8th, that December 26th is the date that God is pointing to as being the date that Israel will nuke Damascus. And December 26th is 9 days after December 17th, which is the date it is predicted that Israel will bomb Iran. And December 17th is 9 days after this collapse of Damascus sign. All right. I do not believe that the date that Israel will nuke Damascus will be December 26th. God is pointing to this date in relation to this, but it is apparent to me that it will more than likely be a step. That's how God's big picture of signs works. They involve steps in the trails of signs, this trail of signs leading to the date that Israel will bomb or nuke Damascus has been going on for years now. And it seems far more than likely that December 26th will be just a step. And it seems the day for Israel to nuke Damascus will be June 8th. In fact, the day of the rapture. Okay? I'll explain more regarding that later. So I just want to make that clear. Something will happen on December 26th. I also have other ideas of what will also happen on December 26th that are not necessarily related to this. But anyway, that's just keep that in mind. Believe me, I know far better than you how the prediction made in this video was derived. And more importantly, I know far better than you why the righteous Christian God of the Bible has given me a voice through this prediction. If you are a quote-unquote Christian or Muslim, this prediction was not learned through a demon. Be warned that blaspheming the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin. If you are a New Ager or New Spirituality person, this prediction was not learned through somehow tapping into the supposed universal collective consciousness. If you are a conspiracy theorist, this prediction was not learned through figuring out a supposed code that the Illuminati and Satanists are using. This prediction was learned through the Bible and through watching carefully the Lord's prophetic signs, which Jesus commanded all Christians to do. Besides proving that Jesus Christ is the Lord, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that the controversial things that I am saying in the videos on this channel are the truth. Therefore, a wise person will want to watch all of the videos on this channel. What I will also do is create a video or two that summarizes some of the controversial things that the Lord will prove to be true when the prediction being made in this video comes to pass. I will leave links to these must-watch videos in the description box below this video. Again, the purpose of this prediction, that is from God, is to prove these things that I will talk about. And therefore, it would be foolish to not watch the videos that I will leave links for in the description box below this video. Aliens and UFOs are demons masquerading as aliens and UFOs. Most people's spiritual experiences are demonic deception, especially if they are not a true follower of Christ. In the last days, many people who claim to be a follower of Christ will have spiritual experiences that are in reality demonic. God became a man and died a horrible death at the hand of the ruler of this world, Satan, and then defeated death for you, so that you too can overcome death, which is the price that must be paid for sin. It is time to repent, which means to change one's ways and turn to God and become a disciple of Jesus. Please leave a like and upvote the video, and once this prediction has come to pass, share this video with everyone you know, and more, don't stop sharing it everywhere in social media. It is essential that everyone immediately read the homepage of my website, TrumpPrediction.com. If you are watching this on the YouTube platform, please note that not all of the videos are on YouTube. You need to switch to the Odyssey.com or Rumble.com channel, and do it now in case you aren't able to later.